A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Benny rehearsal has just finished, and Phil is driving Jack home in his new convertible.
Gee, this is a swell car, Phil. Really a beaut.
How'd you like it, Dad? It's the newest thing.
Boy, what a car you've got. Look at all the accessories on it. Phil, what's this button here marked 8C?
Oh, that's the ventilator. Hot and cold.
Yeah. And what's this one here, BL?
That's the light. Bright and low.
Gee, what a car. And what's this thing marked DB? Defrost button?
No, draft beer.
Beer?
Yeah, here. Hold this glass under it and press it.
The button here? Okay. Holy smoke.
Now press the button next to it.
All right. Well, I'll be darned. You've even got a gadget to blow the foam off. What a car.
Say, Jackson.
What?
Look down at the gas pedal.
Well, isn't that cute? A little brass rail. You know, Phil, I should have expected something like this. When I got in the car, I came through swinging doors. Hey, watch it, Phil. Don't drive so fast.
Sit back, Jackson, and enjoy your beer. You'll find the pretzels in the glove compartment.
I don't want any pretzels. And you better stop. There's a red light there.
I see it.
There you are. Get your evening paper. Get your evening paper.
Hey, look at the headline. UN forces advance.
Paper, mister?
No, thanks. Gee, rough and tumble wins Santa Anita Derby.
Don't you want a paper, mister?
No, thanks. Daring daylight payroll robbery.
Look, mister, if you like, I'll get in the back seat and read it to you.
No, you have to be over 21 to get in this car. Drive on, Phil. I got to hand it to you, Phil, though. This is really some automobile.
Yeah, of course, after I got the car, I put in all them gadgets myself.
Oh, well, how much does the car cost?
I don't know. Alice never told me.
Oh, Alice bought the car. Well, is it in your name or hers?
Well, to be honest with you, Jackson, I don't know how she registered it.
Well, who has the pink slip?
Well, to tell you the truth, wait a Hey, Jackson, throw me that line again, will you?
I said, who has the pink... Phil, you're passing my house.
Oh, yeah. Well, so long.
But, Phil, you didn't answer me. Who has the pink slip?
Let it go, Jackson. You got too much talent to be a straight man. So long, Dad.
Goodbye. Gee. Yeah, Phil sure has a beautiful car. It's a new Hudson. The kind you fall down into. Gee, my front yard looks nice. The turnips are coming up. The lettuce is almost ready to pick. The rhubarb makes such a nice head. Next spring, I think... Easy, bossy, easy. Nice cow. Oh, gee, it's sure good to get...
hello, Mr. Benny. You're home early.
Yeah, Rochester. Hey, how come you're sprawled out on the couch? Did you have a hard day?
Well,
Did you clean out the closets like I told you to?
Well, after you left this morning, I thought it'd be a good idea if I vacuumed the rugs first.
Oh, vacuum the... Rochester, the rugs don't look as though they were clean.
Well, before I got to that, I started thinking that the furniture ought to be dusted.
Oh, so you dusted the furniture.
Well, I was just about to when I got to thinking how dirty the windows were.
Yeah, they were awfully dirty. I'm glad you cleaned them.
That was my intention.
What?
Then I started thinking that I ought to wash the woodwork.
But the woodwork is still dirty.
I know. After all that thinking, I was a wreck.
Well, this house is a mess. Why didn't you at least scrub the floors?
I didn't even think about that.
Look, Roger, I don't mind your skipping the chores once in a while, but I've told you 1,000 times that you must dust the piano every day.
Why are you so particular about the piano?
Well, supposing the Colemans dropped in here unexpectedly and saw dust all over it. They'd never lend it to me again. They're mad enough at me now. They're taking their milk from Ador. So when I ask you to do something, I wish you'd... Rochester, why don't you answer the phone?
I'm thinking about it.
Never mind, I'll answer it. Hello?
Hey, Jackson, ask me that question again.
What?
I couldn't stand it any longer. Go ahead, ask me.
All right. Who has the pink slip?
Alice, I wear a blue one. Oh, Harris, the beer may be in your car, but the head is on your shoulders. Goodbye, straight man.
Goodbye. Serves me right for answering the phone. I thought it was Mary.
Oh, by the way, boss, how is Miss Livingston?
Oh, she has a little touch of the flu, but she's getting better. Say, Rochester, I think I'll have dinner at home tonight. What's in the icebox?
I'll take a look. Let's see. Turnips, lettuce, rhubarb, and 40 gallons of milk.
Oh, is there any meat in there?
If you want to count my arm, yes.
Oh, stop. I think I'll just have some... There's someone at the door. I'll get it. You just stand there and sing. We were dancing to the music of the Tennessee Waltz when I stepped on Arthur Murray's big toe. Da-da-dee-dum, da-da-dee-dum. Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Oh, hello, Dennis. Come on in. Dennis, I thought I just said goodbye to you a few minutes ago at rehearsal.
I know, but there was something I forgot to ask you.
What?
Will it be all right if I miss rehearsal next Saturday?
I guess so. Why?
I'm going to commit suicide.
Suicide?
I may miss the broadcast, too.
Dennis, look at me.
Huh?
Dennis, how can you get such a crazy idea? I mean, why would you want to commit suicide?
Well, my girlfriend told me she was through with me.
Oh, well, maybe she was just teasing you.
No, she meant it all right. She returned my engagement ring, my fraternity pin, and my skate key.
Your skate key?
Oh, we've been going together for a long time.
Dennis.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny. It's been nice knowing you.
Dennis, come back here.
Huh?
Now, that's enough of that silly talk. And you're not going to commit suicide.
I'm not?
Certainly not. You and your girl just had a little quarrel. You'll probably make up with her.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Can I use your phone?
Sure. Are you going to call your girl?
No, Forest Lawn. I want to cancel my reservation.
Look, Dennis, you don't have to call them. If you don't show up after a week or so, they'll know you've changed your mind. I'm sure.
Geez, this is the third time and they'll think I'm fickle.
Yeah, fickle. Now, Dennis, at rehearsal, we were too busy to go over your song, but I'd like to hear it now. What are you going to sing?
Heaven Can Wait.
Now, cut that out! And answer me sensibly. What are you going to sing?
It's a recording of mine called Bagilly Bagali Bagara.
All right, go ahead. Sometimes he drives me crazy.
Mary, Mary, Bagilly Bagali Bagara.
Dennis, that was very good.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Benny, do you mind if I go home now?
No, kid, believe me, I don't mind.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, by the way, Dennis, I meant to ask you, didn't you just finish a personal appearance in Las Vegas?
Uh-huh. I played 2 weeks at the last Frontier Hotel. And you want to know something, Mr. Benny?
What?
They paid me more money for 2 weeks than you pay me in a whole year.
Well, certainly, Dennis, but for me, you only have to sing one song.
I know, but I have to get up so early to milk your cow.
Dennis.
And then I have to sing to her to keep her contented.
Dennis, go home, will you?
Okay, goodbye.
What a kid. I wonder what they did pay him for playing in Las Vegas. I remember they offered me Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
What was that offer I had from the Flamingo Hotel in Las Vegas?
50 cents a bundle, rough ride.
I don't mean that. Remember the time that... Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Jack.
Come on in. Oh, Mel Blanc, you're here, too.
Yeah.
Come on in, fellas.
Jack, after you left rehearsal, Mel told me you had a great idea for a commercial on the show. Isn't that right, Mel?
Yeah.
A commercial?
Yeah.
In fact, he's been working on the idea for several weeks now. Haven't you, Mel?
Yeah.
Well, what is this idea?
Well, you know, Jack, Mel made a recording of I Thought I Saw a Putty Tap. And he thinks that it would make a very good commercial.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, okay, Mel, let's hear this song of yours. Have you got the music with you?
No.
Oh.
But he can sing it from memory.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Mel. Let's hear it.
I am a little tiny bird. My name is Sweetie Pie. I live inside my boutique, hanging way up high. I like to swing up on my foot and sing my little song. But there's a cat who's after me and won't let me along. I thought I saw a putty cat and sweeping up on me. I saw a putty cat and when it could be. Like a wagon here by me. I saw a walkie like as plain as it could be. So round and firm and fully packed and easy on the draw. So very mild and tasty, so the best I ever saw. With birds who know tobacco best, it's lucky to one. There's no one fuck, no buck, it's what not even in a ton. And Mr. Benny when me takes on play some say. I hop right up on that old mic and here's what I would say. Friends, if you're not happy with your pleasant cigarette, it's time to change to Lucky Strike. Because Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. That's why Lucky tastes better than any other cigarette. So be happy. Go Lucky. Make your next carton a Lucky Strike. Be happy.
Well, how'd you like it, Jack?
Oh, I thought it was pretty, too. In fact, Don, I'm glad you brought Mel over. It was a good idea.
Well, thanks, Jack. Come on now, Mel.
Yeah.
Hi, fellas. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
I'm going to the library and read a while.
You woke me up just to tell me that?
No, Your Highness, I want you to make me a sandwich.
Okay.
Let's see. What book have I got here? The Disenchanted, Memory and Desire, How to Raise Chickens, How to Raise Pigs, How to Raise Turkeys, How to Stop Raising Rabbits. Anyway, I'd like to read a mystery tonight. Say, here's one I don't think I've read. I Was Coerced by Maximilian Q. Langley. Gee, he's good. I think I'll read this one. Now look at the dedication by the author. This book is respectively dedicated to my three lovely children, Begilly, Begolly, and Irving. How sweet. Page 1. I was coerced. To look at me as I sit behind my massive walnut desk in my luxurious Park Avenue office, surrounded by all the symbols of wealth and success, you wouldn't think that I, Montague J. Blackstone, attorney at law, once sent an innocent man to prison for life. I not only won her the divorce, but the custody of their 26 children. It was clever of me to think of incompatibility. As I was sitting in my office, the phone rang. I never should have answered. It led me straight to the home of that eccentric millionaire, Eugene Patrick O'Day. Well, here I am, Mr. O'Day. You sent for me.
Yes, Sonny, I want to make out my will.
Make out your will?
Yep, and I got a lot of money to leave, Sonny. You know, everybody thinks I'm an eccentric old man.
Oh, I don't think you're eccentric, Mr. O'Day.
You don't?
No, as a matter of fact, you look nice in that French bathing suit.
Thank you. Well, let's get on with my will.
Yes, sir. I'll start writing it down in legal form. I, Eugene Patrick O'Day, being of sound mind...
That's a good one, eh, Sonny?
Do hereby will and bequeath. Tell me, what do you want to leave, sir?
To all my servants and to all the shopkeepers in the neighborhood, I want to leave $5,000 each. I want it to go to my butcher, my baker, everybody except my barber. I don't want to leave him a thing.
Oh, you're mad at your barber?
Yep. Yesterday he came in to shave me and he cut off one of my ears.
Oh, that... Wait a minute. You've got 2 ears.
Now, yes.
Oh.
To my wife, I want to leave $10 million in cash, my stocks and bonds, my yacht, and my skate key.
Wow. $10 million. How did you make all that money?
I just played 2 weeks in Las Vegas.
Oh. A week later, with the completed will in my briefcase, I again started out for the O'Day mansion. It was a nasty, miserable day. It was raining. The wind was howling. Then it began to thunder. It was the kind of a day that sound effects men love. But suddenly, the sun burst through. When I reached the eccentric millionaire's mansion, I rang the bell. Good evening. Are you the butler?
Yeah.
Is Mr. O'Day at home?
Yeah.
Well?
Yeah, but you can't see him. He's busy.
What's he doing?
He's playing gin rummy with his dog.
Gin rummy with his dog.
Fido is such a bad loser. Well, if you'll sit down, sir, I'll tell Mr. O'Day you're here.
After the butler left the room, I sat there alone with my thoughts, when suddenly a door opened, and she walked.
Hello, handsome.
It was Mrs. O'Day, and she was young and beautiful. She looked like $1 million, tied with a tight string. I couldn't believe that I got her on this show for a lousy $35. She walked over to me and said,
Are you Montague J. Blackstone, my husband's attorney?
Yes, Mrs. O'Day, I am.
Well, tell me, Monty, how much is my husband leaving me in his will?
$10 million.
$10 million.
And a can of circus peanuts.
Oh, goody.
You'll be a wealthy woman, Mrs. O'Day, but of course it may be years before your husband dies.
Not necessarily. He may go sooner than you think.
You mean?
Yes. Every morning this month I've been giving him poison. Arsenic, strychnine, prussic acid, and cyanide.
Good heavens, how come he's still alive?
Yesterday I tried to drown him, and that was my big mistake.
Why?
His swimming pool is filled with haddock.
Haddock.
When he came up for the third time, he looked wonderful.
I fell in love with her then and there. To you, this may seem awfully sudden, but the producer just motioned to me that we're running late. So without wasting any time, I decided to help her carry out her murderous plan.
Come on, Monty, let's see my husband. He's in his room playing cards.
She walked down the long corridor to her husband's room, and I followed her. As she passed an open window, the breeze blew her skirt. That's when I first realized who had the pink slip. Finally, we reached her husband's room and opened the door.
Gin!
Stupid dog! He lost again. Hello, Mr. O'Day.
Hello there, Sonny.
Hello, darling. We came in to say goodbye to you.
Why, are you going out?
No, you are.
He didn't even wave goodbye. Yes, Mrs. O'Day and I killed her husband. But we framed it so that the police arrested the butler and charged him with murder. And I was appointed as lawyer, just as my writers planned. I had no doubt that the judge would end. As I wanted it, I had no doubt that the case would end. Excuse me. And I wanted it to because my brother was the judge. But when the case opened, I was surprised to see another man sitting on the bench. I walked up to him and said, "Pardon me, are you the judge?"
And now let's listen to some happy figure skaters.
I whirl and twirl upon my skates and do a fancy spin. Then cut these words right in the ice for taste those Lucky's win. That's right. Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
I teach my friends a way to skate and give them good advice. Smoke better tasting Lucky Strike at home and on the ice. See for yourself. Lucky's tastes better than any other cigarette.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go Lucky Strike, be happy, go Lucky Strike today.
You know, it's fun to smoke Lucky Strike because Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette. And here's why. Fine tobacco and only fine tobacco can give you perfect mildness and rich taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Now, if you're not happy with your present cigarette, and a 38-city survey shows that millions are not, switch to Lucky Strike. Puff after puff, you'll always get complete smoking enjoyment. The perfect mildness and rich taste that only Lucky Strike can give you. So pick up a carton and prove to yourself. Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette. Yes, be happy. Go Lucky.
Be happy, go Lucky Strike today.
Remember, Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
The Jack Benny program came to you transcribed. This is CBS, the Columbia.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go Lucky, be happy, go Lucky Strike, be happy, go Lucky Strike today.
If you've been missing smoking joy and really want some fast, try better tasting Lucky Strike for pleasure that will last. Yes, Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
So many folks don't like their smokes, and that is really sad. For Lucky's mildness and rich taste would make them very glad. Sure, because Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
Friends, when we say Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette, we mean just that. Not just as good, but better. For Lucky's always give you real mildness and rich, true tobacco taste. A perfect blending that fine tobacco and only fine tobacco can give you. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. That's important, Because a recent 38-city survey shows that millions of smokers are not happy with their present brand. Now, those smokers and any smoker who's the least bit discontented should switch to Lucky Strike. Yes, friends, for complete smoking enjoyment, be happy, go Lucky, because Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
Be happy, go Lucky Strike today.
Remember, Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills. I know he's home because his car is in the garage. Now, if you just follow me, we'll go in and pay Jack a visit.
And you needn't ask me to leave, because you're going to sit there and listen to what I've got to say.
Uh-oh, better not go in. Seems to be some sort of a commotion going on.
I haven't told you half what's on my mind. And believe me, I'm talking for everybody in this neighborhood. Why, when you first moved in, we thought you were a nice, gentle, kindly old man. But before we knew it, you had the mortgages on all our houses. I don't blame you for not saying anything. All you can do is sit there with your mouth open. And why? Because even you know that last trick you pulled was the cheapest, most abominable thing anybody ever did. Imagine putting a woman with 7 children out on the sidewalk because she missed one payment.
Rochester, turn off that radio.
You have just heard another episode in that thrilling story, The Mean Old Man. In tomorrow's episode, you will hear the true...
Thanks, Rochester.
I don't know why you listen to that program, boss. It always upsets you.
Well, I don't know where they get those fantastic ideas. I mean, nobody can be that cheap.
Well...
And that corny title, The Mean Old Man. It's ridiculous.
I'll get it. Mr. Benny's residence, star, stage, screen, radio, and the only laundry service that... Huh? Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. I almost wasted a commercial on you. Yeah, I'll put him on. It's Miss Livingston, boss.
Thanks. Hello, Mary. How do you feel? What? 100? Mary, that's awful. Oh, your temperature. I thought you meant the doctor bill. Anyway, I'm glad you're feeling better. And Mary... What? Oh, you're welcome, Mary. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'll call you tomorrow, honey. Goodbye.
What you thank you for, boss?
Well, everybody's been sending her flowers and fruit and candy, so I just thought I'd be a little different.
What did you send her?
A bowl of chili. You know, it's good in this nippy weather. Anyway, looks like Miss Livingston will be back on the program next week.
That's good. If you don't need me anymore now, boss, I'll go to the library and finish working on your scrapbook.
Oh, fine, Rochester. You know, one of my biggest thrills is when I show my scrapbook to people.
I know, boss. That's why I put the picture of you shaking hands with the King of England right on the front cover.
Good. What's on the back cover?
An ad. You sold the space to Manischewitz's wife.
I had that hunch all day.
I'm a person, man.
Well, Rochester, look at it. Pace, I went over it with him 1,000 times. Manischewitz's. Rochester, paste that picture of me playing the violin on the inside cover.
Oh, I can't. We've got that reserved for Sir's hands.
What are you laughing at?
You got the only scrapbook that's been handled by Batten, Parson, Durston, and Osborne.
Well, you go in the library and paste all my reviews in it.
Yes, sir.
I'll get it. Be my love, da dee da dee da 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 dum. Be my love, dum 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 dee da dum. Well, hello, Mr. Brown.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I'm sorry I'm 3 days late with the rent on our house, but here it is.
Oh, thank you.
By the way, Mr. Benny, our hot water heater is leaking. Do you think maybe you could have it fixed?
Well, see, plumbing costs are awfully high now, you know.
I guess they are, but it's been months since you promised to paint the living room.
Well...
I fixed a hole in the roof myself.
Well, good.
Well, I guess I'll be running along. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Brown, how's your wife? I mean, what's she doing now?
Oh, haven't you heard? She writes that radio program, The Mean Old Man.
Oh, yes. I listen to it every day. Your wife has quite an imagination.
Yeah, imagination.
Huh?
Bye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Who was it, boss?
Mr. Brown from Long Beach.
Oh, you know, he's been complaining a long time about a hole in the roof.
It's fixed.
But, boss, I don't remember you sending anyone down to fix it.
If I say it's fixed, it's fixed. If you don't believe me, listen to tomorrow's episode and you'll find out. By the way, Rochester, has my television script arrived from CBS?
No, not yet, boss.
I don't know what's holding it up. I got so much memorizing to do. Oh, that must be it now. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, it's you, Dennis. Come on in.
Thank you.
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, fine, thanks.
How are your folks?
They're fine, too.
That's good.
Especially my father. After 6 months, they finally took the cast off his foot.
In a cast for 6 months?
Uh-huh.
Dennis, what was wrong with your father's foot?
Oh, nothing. He stepped in a bucket of cement.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Look, kid, I can understand your father stepping in a bucket of cement. I can almost understand him standing there and letting the cement dry. But why? I mean, why would he keep it on his foot for 6 months?
Well, my mother made him.
What?
When he stayed out late at night, he couldn't tiptoe into the house.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Imagine your mother making him keep his foot in a bucket for 6 months.
Oh, 2 weeks ago, it came in handy.
How?
They were invited to a masquerade, and Papa went as a potted palm.
Look, kid, do me a favor, will you?
What?
As long as you've got your mouth open, sing, don't talk.
Okay.
Manischewitz is one.
Was waltzing with my darling to the Tennessee waltz when an old friend I happened to see introduced him to my loved one, and my friend stole my sweetheart from me. I remember the night and the Tennessee waltz. Now I know just how much I have lost. Yes, I lost my little darling on night they were playing the beautiful Tennessee waltz. Now I know just how much I have lost. Yes, I lost my little darling when I were playing the beautiful Tennessee waltz.
That was really very good.
Gee, thank you.
You know, I can't understand you, kid. You come in here and talk, and when you talk, you sound so ridiculous. And then you sing. And when you sing, you're a completely different person. Gee, I mean, what are you, a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Uh-huh, and each one has its own show.
What?
The doctor's on another network.
Oh, yes.
Well, so long, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, kid.
Oh, say, Mr. Benny.
Now what?
Can I have your permission to do a guest spot tomorrow on a dramatic program?
Dramatic program? What's the name of it?
The Mean Old Man. They got a wonderful part for me where I fix a hole in the roof.
Do it. Goodbye. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Are you sure my television script hasn't arrived yet?
Not yet.
Well, I'm going to call CBS and see what's holding it up. Happens all the time. Got to rehearse it. You got to memorize it.
CBS, the star's address. What? All right. You don't have to shout. The line is busy now. Hold on.
Who is it, Gertrude?
Jack Benny.
Oh. Well, what does Tennessee Schmaltz want now?
He wants I should get him the mimeograph department.
So, why were you so fresh to him?
Why was I so fresh to him? The other night he called and asked me if he could pick me up and take me dancing at the Macombo. And then he got mad because when he called for me, I was wearing my overalls.
Well, I don't blame him for being mad. Why would you wear overalls to the Macombo?
Who gets to the Macombo? I always wind up fixing his car.
Well, you're better off than I am.
Why?
I'm not mechanical-minded, and I have to get out and push.
You been out with Jack lately?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago. He took me to a nightclub. We sat at a corner, and the lights were low, and he got so romantic.
What did he do?
He drank Hadacol out of my slipper.
Say, that's funny. He usually drinks Manischewitz wine.
Through the open toe.
Well, with the Hadacol, you must have had the happiest feet in town.
Yeah, but you know what I've been thinking? Maybe we shouldn't be so fussy about men.
I guess you're right. After all, we're not getting any younger.
Speak for yourself, John. I'm only 23.
23? Then how did you get that medal for sticking to your switchboard during the San Francisco fire?
It wasn't me. Well, why should I lie? You were there.
Yeah? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. The line is still busy. Your television script? I'll tell him. Goodbye.
That mimeograph. The mimeograph department drives me nuts. That script should have been here. Hey, maybe that's it. Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Jack.
Don. Don, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
Now, Don, don't try to kid me. There's something bothering you. What is it?
Oh, it's the sportsman quartet. They're mad at me.
The four of them?
Yeah, they're outside, and they won't come in because I'm here.
Well, that's ridiculous. Come on in, fellas. Hello, boys.
Hello, boys. See, they won't talk to me.
Yeah.
And they have such a wonderful idea for next week's commercial. Haven't you, boys?
Have you? Now, this is the silliest thing I've ever heard. Now, Don, why are they mad at you?
They found out that you pay me more money than you pay them.
Well, that's a fine thing to be mad about.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I think they've got a point there.
But, Don, you should get more money than the quartet. You've been with me 17 years.
But, Jack, sentiment shouldn't enter into this. After all, there are four of them.
But, Don, every year you've been picked as radio's outstanding announcer.
I know, Jack, but now let's be fair about it. They work hard, too. And I believe that they should get the same salary I get.
Well, Don, if you feel that strongly about it, there should be an adjustment. I mean, how much am I paying the quartet now?
$100 a week.
Oh. Well, Don, if it'll make you feel better, starting next week, I'll cut you down to the same. Okay?
Well, thanks, Jack. That solves the whole thing. Now there won't be any more trouble.
It's amazing that I didn't think of that myself. Well, Don, now that it's all settled, what's this song the boys have?
Well, Jack, you know, in the past few weeks, everybody seems to be catching cold. So they're a little worried about you, and they want you to take care of yourself.
Oh, isn't that sweet? Let's hear it, fellas.
Button up your overcoat when the wind is free. Take good care of yourself. Careful, Mr. B. Eat an apple every day. Go to bed by 3. Take good care of yourself. Pass an NBC. Be careful in the breeze.
Ooh.
Watch it, please.
Ooh.
Or you'll sneeze.
Ooh.
Don't get the flu and ruin your program. If you're ever feeling bad, call a doctor, do. Take good care of yourself, 'cause we all love you. When you're buying cigarettes, buy the brand you like. Take good care of yourself, smoke the Lucky Strike. When you're driving in a car, or you're on a hike, take good care of yourself, smoke the Lucky Strike.
There'll be no puff that's rough. Ooh, sure enough. Ooh, no man of Beshevitz's wine.
Why not be happy and go lucky? For the rich tobacco taste, smoke the best you see. Round firm, fully packed, Dallas MFP. LSMFT.
That was very good, fellas, and I hope you're not mad at Don anymore.
I'm sure they're not, Jack, and thanks again for making that adjustment.
You're welcome, Don. I'm sure you won't have any more trouble. Goodbye.
Hello, Jack.
So happy. Be my love. Be my love. Well, I saved a little money by cutting down salary, but I lost a little, too. After all, I'm his agent. Oh, well. Now, let's see.
Well, here I am, boss.
Rochester, how'd you know I was going to call you?
You ain't gonna get any funny answers out of that bridge lamp.
Oh, yes. How's my scrapbook coming along?
It's all finished, boss. I put a title on the cover.
A title on my scrapbook? What do you call it?
Across the river and into the bank.
Say, that's pretty good.
Yeah, the bridge lamp never would have thought of that.
I know. Now, put away the paste, and I'll get it. Be my love. Well, the boys from the Beverly Hills Beavers, Joey, Stevie, and Butch. And...
This is Butch's mother.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Broderick. Won't you come in?
Thank you. I hope we're not intruding, Mr. Benny, but the boys insisted I come here. You see, Butch idolizes you so much, and
And what, Mrs. Broderick?
It's like this, Mr. Benny. Butch has a tooth with a cavity in it. It's got to be pulled, and he's afraid to go to the dentist.
Is that right, Butch?
My tooth don't hurt.
Mr. Benny, I'm sure if you told him to go, he would. You see, you're his hero.
I am?
Yes, in fact, I'm kind of thrilled myself. Talking to the man who used to play football under the name of Red Grange.
Well...
Tell her about the time you caught your own kickoff and made a touchdown.
Oh, it was nothing, Stevie. Butch, let me look at your tooth. Now, open your mouth.
Mm-mm.
Now, come on now, Butch. Come on, open your mouth.
Mm-mm.
Now, Butch, that's no way to act. You yourself said when you grow up, you want to be just like Mr. Benny.
Yeah, if you're brave and have your tooth pulled, maybe someday you too will be on the Harvard rowing team.
Butch, let me see your tooth.
Oh, Mr. Benny, were you on the Harvard rowing team?
Butch, let me see your tooth.
Mr. Benny, tell Butch's mother about the day you won the rowing regatta all by yourself.
Butch, let me look at your tooth.
Mr. Benny not only won the rowing regatta, but he knocked a home run at the Yankee Stadium at the same time.
Butch, please let me look at your tooth, will you?
Mr. Benny, how could you be rowing and still hit a home run in the Yankee Stadium?
Well,
He had a long arc.
Yes, it was one of the... Rochester, what are you doing here?
Making notes. I'm starting a new scrapbook.
Never mind.
Oh, Mr. Benny, would you mind coming down to the dentist's office with us? It's just around the corner. Dr. Kearns.
Oh, Dr. Kearns, yes.
That's the only way I'll get Butch in the dentist's chair.
Well, I'll be glad to go along. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Broderick, how much do you expect to pay to have Butch's tooth pulled?
Oh, I'd say about $5.
$5. Oh, Rochester.
No, boss. The pliers are rusty.
I didn't call you for that. I just wanted to tell you I'm taking Butch to the dentist. Now, come on, Butch.
My tooth don't hurt.
Now, come on. Well, here's Dr. Kearns' office. Let's go in.
Come, children. Yeah, I'm Mrs. Broderick. I called a while ago.
Oh, yes. Which one is to have his tooth pulled? The one playing with the yo-yo or the one with the propeller on his hat?
The one with the yo-yo. The one with the propeller is Mr. Benny.
Oh. Well, Mrs. Broderick, the doctor will be with you in a moment.
Thank you.
Now, look, Butch, after you get your tooth pulled, you should see your dentist twice a year and brush your teeth twice a day. Remember that, Butch, and you'll never have any more trouble.
Hey, Butch, be sure the dentist gives you some of that stuff Mr. Benny invented, that penicillin.
Yes.
I don't want to get my tooth pulled.
Look, Butch, there's really nothing to it. Having a tooth pulled is a very simple...
Next, please.
You may take him in now, Mrs. Broderick.
Come, Butch.
I don't want to have my tooth pulled. It don't hurt. I don't want it pulled.
Now, wait a minute, Butch, wait a minute. I'll be right back. May I talk to you, Doctor?
Why, certainly.
Now, look, Doc, I want to show Butch that having a tooth pulled doesn't hurt at all.
Well, it really doesn't.
I know, but we've got to convince Butch. So I'll sit in the chair, and you make believe that you're pulling my tooth, and I'll make a big nothing out of it.
That's an excellent idea. All right, come sit right down in the dentist chair.
Now, look, Butch, I'm going to have my tooth pulled. Isn't that right, Doctor?
Yes. Come, Mr. Benny, open your mouth.
Watch this, Butch. See, Butch? Nothing to it.
Would you please open your mouth again, Mr. Benny?
Huh?
Open your mouth.
What is it, Doctor? What is it?
Oh, nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Prepare the Novocaine.
What?
The third tooth from the end, the bicuspid, it has to come out.
But I don't want to get my tooth pulled. It doesn't hurt. Honest, Doctor, it doesn't hurt. I don't want to get my tooth pulled.
Go ahead, Doc. I'm holding them. Doctor.
Thank you, nurse.
Doctor, you can't do this to me.
There, it's out.
Oh, boy. Look at that propeller spin.
Now, Butch, let me look at your tooth. Come on, open your mouth.
I don't want it.
Come on, Butch, open your mouth.
No.
Open that big mouth or I'll bash your head in.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with your tooth, Sonny.
Oh, but, Doctor, look how black it is.
He's been eating licorice.
What?
And, Mr. Benny, for pulling your tooth, that will be $5.
You can deduct it from next month's rent. Come on, kids, let's get out.
Jack will be back in just a moment.
And now let's listen as our happy-go-lucky singers salute the month of March.
The winds of March may blow real hard, the weather may be wild, but what care I've Lucky Strike to smoke it smooth and mild. And Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
In rain or shine or snow this month, keep happy as can be. For better taste, smoke Lucky Strike of LSMFT. Count on it. Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Yes, be happy, go lucky, because Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette. Now, that is a fact. For fine tobacco, and only fine tobacco, always gives you that perfect combination of real mildness and rich taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. So if for any reason you're not completely happy with your present cigarette, if it's too mild or too strong, switch to Lucky Strike for complete smoking enjoyment. You'll get mildness, smoothness, and taste, all in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. You'll agree Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette. So be happy, go lucky. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky strike today.
Remember, Lucky's taste better than any other cigarette.
Ooh. Rochester, get me another ice bag.
Yes, sir.
And get me 2 more aspirins.
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
You know, boss, for a man who scored a touchdown with his own kickoff, you're making an awful fuss.
Never mind that. Get me the ice bag.
Okay, Red.
Good night, Dow.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day and the Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned to the Amy Sandy Show, which follows immediately. The Jack Benny program is heard by our armed forces overseas who split into the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Transcribed from Hollywood, the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliott Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. On Alice's insistence, Phil and Frankie attended a very important civic meeting last night. However, unbeknownst to Alice, they went on from there and played poker all night at the Musicians' Union. As we look in, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we find Phil and Frankie on the Harris patio trying to catch up on a little sleep.
That was some party last night, wasn't it, Frank?
Oh, yeah. Musicians' Union certainly knows how to throw a brawl.
Yeah. Remley, stop breathing in my direction. You're peeling off my suntan.
Sorry. We sure had fun. And what a poker game. I never had
Quiet.
Hmm?
Alice don't know about the poker game. She thinks we just went to the volunteer firemen's meeting.
Well, why don't you tell her the truth? Why do you keep things from that sweet little angel?
Because if I told her the truth, that sweet little angel would knock my roof in. You see, Francis, my boy, a wife is like an atom bomb.
I never thought of it that way. Thanks for the explanation,
I
Colonel.
didn't explain it yet. As I was saying, a wife is like an atom bomb. It's nice to know you have one around in case you need it, but you don't go lighting the fuse to see it go off. Clever simile, eh, Remley?
Oh, that was a peachy one, Dean. Here comes your little load of uranium.
Now, look, Frank. Just don't say nothing to Alice about the all-night poker game. We just went to the volunteer firemen's meeting.
Don't worry, I won't tell her anything. I won't even talk to her. My head's throbbing too much.
Ooh, your head. Mine, too. It feels like I had it in the deep freeze all night.
Towards the end, you did. When you went out for more ice, you fell in.
Oh.
Well, I see you boys are resting out here.
Oh, yeah, we're trying to get a little sun.
How do your heads feel now?
Well, answer her, Frankie. Tell her how your heads feel.
The one on the left ain't bad, and the one on the right is clearing up. But the one in the middle is driving me crazy.
Don't overdo it. Two's enough.
I don't get this. All you fellas do is go to a volunteer fireman's meeting, and you both come home with headaches. How come, fellas?
Well, that is a very good question, isn't it, Curly?
If you like it so much, you can answer it.
Now, I want you to answer me, Phil. Why do you have headaches?
We got it at the volunteer firemen's meeting. It was on account of the smoke.
What smoke?
The dealer was smoking a cheap cigar.
He means the chief, honey, the chief. And he gave a very educational lecture.
Till 5 o'clock in the morning?
Well, part of the time we practiced putting out fires. You see, they bought a lot of new equipment, and we were trying it out, weren't we, Frankie?
Yeah.
What kind of equipment?
They got a new batch of fire water, and we were testing it.
Phil, were you at a poker game last night?
Alice, how can you ask a question like that? I told you I was at the volunteer firemen's meeting. And all night long, Frankie and I were practicing scaling tall ladders, jumping from great heights into little nets, carrying helpless old people from burning buildings. We were performing our civic duty. Now, are you convinced I wasn't in a card game?
No.
That's funny. He's got me convinced, and I was playing poker with him all night.
I thought so. You went to the Musicians' Union, didn't you?
Well, on the way home, we stopped in for a couple of minutes. Look, honey, we didn't stay long. Those musicians, they're getting much too unruly for us.
Oh, yeah. They're such rowdies. When we got there, they were having a free beer contest.
Certainly. They were all lined up to see who could drink the most beer. They stood in line fighting to get at this stuff. So disgusting. I almost went out to call the police.
Why didn't you?
What, and lose my place in line?
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself staying out all night playing poker. Well, I guess the best way to keep you boys out of mischief is to keep you busy. Now, I want you to take the hose and water the lawn.
What are you going to be doing besides giving orders?
Oh, I'll keep busy. I have something very important to do. And if you keep quiet, maybe you'll be able to hear it. I love the guy, though he grieves me and he leaves me high and dry. He breaks dates and I'm left alone. Then I say that he's on his own. But when he calls, I break my neck to get the phone. 'Cause I love the guy. I love the lad.
so in love with him she's moved.
Oh, his lies and alibis just drive me mad. We go out and he doesn't dress. I get angry, but I'll confess he's mine and I don't really care if he's a mess. 'Cause I love the guy. I love the dope. I adore him, although for him there's no hope.
Other men may have better looks, make more money and read more books.
Only he could eat the things that this girl cooks. So I love the guy. I love that boy. When he kisses, then this mist is filled with joy. Famous men may admire me, millionaires may desire me, but I belong to him and he belongs to me.
Yes,
I love the guy.
Hey, Curly, this is a tough job. Just because Alice is a movie star, does she have to have such a big lawn?
It ain't that big. It's just an average American 40-acre front lawn.
It'll take us all day to water this place, especially with this hose. It's full of holes.
Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what, Frankie. You finish watering here, and I'll drive down to the hardware store and get a new hose.
No, you don't. I'll go down and buy the hose. You could stay here and do the work.
I gotta get a new guitar player. Ever since they removed the tip of that cue stick from his head, he's been figuring things out for himself. All right, Remy, you go get it and charge it to my account. Now, look, don't spend more than $5 for it.
Yeah, okay. Don't just stand there, Curly. Get to work.
Fine job for a man of my importance. A man who has a big story about himself in the current issue of Radio Mirror, which is now available at all newsstands, street corners, railroad stations. Don't forget to buy a copy, and now let's get back to the plot. Alice has got a lot of nerve making me water the lawn. I wonder if she married me so she could save money on the gut. No. I wish I could find somebody else to do this work for me. If I could only get some kid like Julius and then talk him into...
Daddy, what are you doing?
Oh, I got it. Why wait for Julius? A kid's a kid. Anyway, it's about time my little darlings earned their keep. Phyllis! Come over here, dear, and bring your big, strong sister with you. I gotta play this smart. I'll make them think it's a big game. I'll tell them that I'm playing fireman, and then they'll want to do it, too.
What are you doing with that hose, Daddy?
Ding, 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 ding. All right, boys, here's the fire. Wheel out the hose. Bring up the scaling ladder. Don't jump, lady. I'll be right up for you.
Poor Daddy. He's been standing too close to his band when he leads them.
Now, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm playing fireman. Gee whiz, it's a lot of fun. See, I'm pretending the lawn is on fire. It's a big forest fire. And I'm using this hose to put it out. Oh, I'm having such a wonderful time.
I'm glad Daddy found a new game. Yeah, he was getting too old for hopscotch anyway. Come on, Phyllis. We don't want to disturb him. Have a good time, Daddy.
Come back here. Now, look, I'm going to let you play this game. It's a lot of fun. It's educational, too. It'll prepare you for when you grow up.
What do you mean?
What do you want to be when you grow up?
A housewife.
You mean you don't want to be a fireman?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't like it.
Don't knock it till you've tried it. Oh, I'm wasting my time with you. You're too small to be a fireman anyway. Alice, you're bigger and stronger than your sister. Honey, what do you want to be when you grow up?
A wrestler.
Wrestler? Now you listen to me. Well, I better not have no beef with this one. She's liable to throw a reverse crep lock on me. Phyllis, a fireman is a good career.
But I want to be a housewife.
Why?
So I can make my husband water the lawn for me. So So long, Daddy.
They must have caught on.
Bill, I've been watching you from the window, and you haven't done anything for a half hour. And what were you talking to the children about?
Oh, just trying to trick them into it. Hey, Al. What do you want to be when you grow up?
What was that again?
Haven't you ever wanted to be a fireman?
Oh, of course I have. Every red-blooded American girl wants to be a fireman. Of course, I'd rather be a sand hog, but then a girl can't...
All right. I'll water the lawn.
Where's Frankie?
Well, the hose ain't any good, and I sent Remley to buy a new one.
Oh, you sent a good boy.
Don't worry about Frankie. He's only buying a hose. He can't...
Oh, Curly, I'm back.
Oh, yeah. Did you buy the hose, Remley?
No, I did something better than that. Curly, I figured out a way you'll never have to water this lawn again.
Don't tell me you sold our house.
No, of course not. Wait till you see what I bought to water the lawn. It's right in that truck. Okay, fellas, dump it out.
Frankie, what'd you buy?
600 feet of galvanized pipe. For a sprinkler system.
Oh, no, Frankie, how could
Now,
you?
don't be funny. We're lucky you didn't buy an airplane and some dry ice to seed the clouds and make it rain.
Well, the airplane they showed me didn't have very good motors, so I
Shut up! All I sent you out for was a hose, and you come back with pipe. All that pipe for a sprinkler system.
Curly, I saved you money. They wanted $8 for a rubber hose, and all this cost you only a few pennies more.
How much more?
$155. Sprinkler system will save you money in the long run.
Hey, honey, Frankie might have something there.
All right, but it's going to cost you about $200 more to have it installed. Think it over before you decide, dear.
Now, wait a minute. It'll cost $200 to have this. Is that right, Remley?
Not if we install it ourselves. I had the pipe cut to measure. All we have to do is lay it, put on the sprinkler heads, connect the whole thing up to the water main, and we're in business.
Well, okay, let's get started. Now, look, we'll space the pipes about 5 feet apart so they cover the whole lawn. Now, you work down front to the sidewalk, and I'll start up here alongside the house.
Okay. We'll have this done in no time.
And look, Frankie, don't forget to do that little plot of grass between the sidewalk and the curb. See it there?
Well, I'm all finished laying the pipe down front, and I hooked it up to the water main under the house. How are you doing?
Just finished it, Frankie. Hey, let's call Alice out and show it to her. Hey, Alice, come on out and see our new sprinkler system.
Hey, say, you fellas certainly did this job fast.
Yes, sir. We covered every inch of the lawn, too. How you like it, honey?
Phil, you're supposed to put the pipe under the ground, not on top.
Why under? Let's not be sneaky about that. This is an expensive sprinkler system. Let people see it. I ain't ashamed to have our pipe showing.
Do you honestly think this thing will work?
Of course it'll work. We haven't tried it yet, but have we ever missed? I personally connected it up to the water main under the house. Now, do you want to see this work or don't you?
Very well.
Okay. Where do I crawl under the house and turn it on?
You mean if I want to turn it on, I have to crawl under the house to do it?
You can stand the exercise. You're getting a little hippie.
Frankie, I'll thank you to keep my wife's hips out of my sprinkler system. Now get out of the house and turn it on.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Alice, will you see how it sprays the water all over the place? So you're going to be proud of us. Okay, Rem, turn her on.
Stand back. Here she comes. Bet you thought it wouldn't work.
Yeah, listen to that. Sounds powerful.
Smells powerful, too. It's gas.
Oh, Alice, it couldn't be gas.
I tell you it is.
And I tell you it is.
Well, there's only one way to tell. Curly, you got a match?
Wait.
That is gas. Turn it off.
Okay. Looks like you made a mistake, Curly. You connected it to the wrong pipe.
I connected it.
You're a big man to admit your error. Now I'll have to get under the house and connect it to the right pipe.
Oh, leave it alone. I'll get a man from the city water department to connect it.
Alice, I don't think we ought to have anybody from the city department up here just yet.
Oh, why not?
They may not like the way we tore up their sidewalk.
We tore up what sidewalk?
The one in front of your house. You wanted the pipe run out to the curb, so I tore up the sidewalk and put it underneath.
You tore up the sidewalk. Do you fellas realize that you can be fined $500 for destroying city property?
Oh, no. All I wanted to do was water the lousy lawn. Now it's going to cost me $500 fine.
And $155 for the pipe.
You people should have listened to me and bought a hose.
Keep quiet. You better keep quiet or I'll knock 2 of your 3 heads together while Alice does the rumba.
All right, take it easy, Curly. They won't fine us if we fix the sidewalk. All we got to do is pour some new cement.
Yeah, we could do that. Hey, look, the guy up the street has a cement mixer. We'll go up and borrow it.
You two are going to work with a cement mixer?
Yeah.
Pardon me while I lock the children in their rooms. You fellas are going to drive me completely crazy. The things you do to me are too much for a person to stand.
She worries too much. No wonder she's old before her time.
Never mind. Now, you got work to do, Remley. Look, go over to Jonesy's house and borrow the cement mixer. Then get a couple of bags of cement, too. And another thing, while you're... Uh-oh, wait a minute. I'll answer the phone. Hello? Yes, this is Phil Harris. A long-distance call for me? Put him on. Hello? Mr. President. Yes, sir? Oh, yes, sir. Anything you want. What's that? Oh, well, I'm sorry, sir. I just couldn't do that. No, sir, Yes, sir, I know she's the first lady of the land, but I'd love to oblige you, sir, but... No, sir, I'm sorry. I just can't do it, Mr. President. Goodbye.
Curly, was that?
Petrilla, his wife, wants to know what the thing is. I think he'd let a guy make an honest buck. I'm only trying. Look, now, let's get back to work. Go over to Jonesy's house and get that cement mixer.
Okay. What are you going to be doing while I'm gone?
Like Alice, I got something important to do. I'm going to sing. Oh, Nebuchadnezzar was the king of Babylon. There was 3 children from the land of Israel, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. They took a little trip to the land of Babylon. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. Nebuchadnezzar was the king of Babylon. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. Took a lot of gold and made him an idol. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
And hold everybody when you hear the music of the cornet and the flute and the harp.
You must fall down and worship that idol, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. But the children of Israel would not bow down, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. You couldn't fool them with a golden idol,
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
I said you couldn't fool them with a golden idol,
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
So the king put the children in the fire furnace,
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
Then he heaped on the coals in the red-hot brimstone,
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
7 times hotter than it ought to be.
Shadrach, Shadrach.
And he burned up the soldiers the king had put down,
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
But the Lord sent an angel with snowy white wings down in the middle of that furnace, talking to the children about the power of the gospel.
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
Well,
they couldn't even burn a hair on the head of old Shadrach. Meshach, Abednego laughing and talking while the fire was a-jumping. Shadrach! The Lord was on their side. Old Nebuchadnezzar called, hey there, when he saw the power of the Lord. And they had a big time in the house of Babylon. Shadrach! Shadrach! Meshach, Abednego.
Well, Curly, I got the cement mixer working good.
Yeah, did you put the sand and the water in?
Yep.
Good. Now throw in a bag of that cement, huh?
Check. Why did it stop? All I did was throw the cement in.
You're supposed to take it out of the bag first. Now you got the bag mixed in with the cement.
So what? You'll be the only guy on the block with a burlap sidewalk.
Friendly, will you look what you did? Look, the bag is jammed in the gears now.
Well, don't get excited. That's easy to fix. All we have to do is get the bag out of the bottom of the mixer.
I know that, but how do we reach it?
You crawl in and I'll tell you.
Okay, I'll get hold of it. Why don't you crawl in?
What, you think I'm crazy or something?
Well, we got to get somebody to do it.
Hiya, fellas. Hey, what's that big contraption there?
Don't bother us, Julius. It's just a... You don't know what it is, huh? Remley. I think we got a Clyde.
Yeah. Julius, this is a television set.
You don't say. Can I see a program on it?
Well, as soon as we get it fixed, you can. Something's busted inside, and we need somebody small enough to get in and fix it.
Uh-huh.
And as soon as it's fixed, we'll let you see a good kid program like Hoppy or Beanie or Hottie Doody. What is your favorite kid program?
Faye Emerson.
Faye Emerson? She's not for kids.
I'm growing up, man.
All right, we'll let you see Faye Emerson, but first you'll have to get in the set and fix it.
You mean I can see the beautiful Miss Emerson if I just get inside and fix this television set?
That's all you got to do.
This'll be a cinch, except for one thing.
What?
I ain't thrown into no cement mixer.
How do you like that? Little ape knew what it was all the time. I got a good mind to take him.
Now, wait a minute, Remley. Wait a minute. There's no sense in getting sore. Let's be good sports about this. I'm going to hand it to that kid. He's got a brain. He outsmarted us.
That I can do without a brain.
Hey, Curly. I think I know a way to get him in.
Well, get busy.
Julius, you're right. This is a cement mixer. We were just kidding about you getting in. But we do have a problem. We got to put some cement in there, but the bag is too heavy for me and Curly to lift. Will you give us a hand?
Well, I can't see any harm in that.
Good. Now, you grab the middle of the sack, and Curly and me will grab the ends, and we'll throw it in.
Yeah. Yeah, that ought to work. Now, Julius, you grab the middle, and Frankie and me'll get the ends. Ready? 1, 2, 3, heave!
Well, we got the little stinker in.
We certainly did.
Julius is if you're out here, who's in...
Let me out of here! Get me out of this mixer!
Oh, no. Curly's in the cement mixer. What are we going to do?
Let's turn it on and watch his arteries run.
No, I promised Alice I wouldn't get him mixed up in anything.
You ain't going to get no time to be telling jokes. I'm getting hard at you. Will you get me out of here?
All right, take it easy. I'll get you out. As long as you're in there, pull the sack out of the gears and we'll be able to cement your sidewalk.
All right. Really, the things you get me into.
Look at that sidewalk. The cement's hard enough to walk on now.
Certainly. Looks like a professional job. How do you like it, Alice?
I must admit you fellas did this right.
You can thank me, Alice. Curly just mixed the cement. I did the actual paving. And I put the turn-on up here, too, so you won't have to crawl into the house.
Yeah, and I'm anxious to try it out. Turn it on, Frankie.
Okay. Let's see. The turn-on's right over here, and... Curly? Seeing as this is your sprinkler system, you should have the honor of turning it on.
Well, thanks, Frankie. I'll do it. Remley, where's the turn on?
Under the sidewalk. We cemented over it.
With the Christmas holidays coming at us like an express train, remember, folks, there are children in your own hometowns who would like to have a thing for kids on Christmas, too. Don't wait until the last minute to send a thing for kids to a needy child. Do it now. If there are any discarded, usable toys lying around your house, get them out. Remember, there are plenty of lovable kids just waiting for the chance to use them and appreciate them. Of course, folks, new toys and dolls will be more appreciated, too. Just make this a truly Merry Christmas for those who most enjoy it, those unfortunate kids.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
This program was produced and transcribed by Paul Phillips. The part of Frankie Remley was played by Elliot Lewis, and Julius was played by Walter Tetley. And remember, 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Next, it's Hedda Hopper, then Dorothy McGuire on Theater Guild on NBC.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in 7 Keys to Baldpate.
Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, the dauntless Jack Benny and the laconic Mary Livingston lead us into paths of peril and adventure. Laughs, chills, crooks, treasure, a damsel in distress, a mad hermit. This is only part of what Jack Benny encounters tonight in that grand comedy mystery by George M. Cohan, 7 Keys to Baldpate, adapted from the novel by Earl Durr Biggers. You'll hear also, as special guest, the world-renowned violinist Ephraim Zimbalist. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. Tonight's play is brought to you by the makers of Lux Flakes. Before I introduce our producer, let me remind you that it's thrifty to buy several big boxes of Lux Flakes at a time, so you'll always have it handy in bathroom and kitchen. Every box of Lux Flakes means longer life for your washable nice things, kind care for your hands. You're thrifty every time you use these gentler, finer flakes. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Before we raise our curtain, we wish to advise our listeners
that if any important news bulletins on the European situation are received at the Columbia Broadcasting System headquarters, they'll be given you at the intermission during our program. Now to our play and personalities. When George M. Cohan adapted 7 Keys to Baldpate for the stage, he had no intention of starring in it. But just before the opening, he and the leading man met with an accident. The leading man was too seriously injured to go on, so Mr. Cohan, broken collarbone and all, stepped into the breach. When I related these facts to Mary Livingston, she threw back her head bravely and declared that if Mr. Cohan could carry on with such a handicap, she could carry on with Jack Benny. Mr. Benny is not, however, without some talent. He often entertains the guests at his home with his debonair violin playing and witty sayings. He's quite a familiar figure on the streets of Beverly Hills, whizzing past the admiring spectators in his flashy Maxwell town car. And I almost forgot. Mary always brings Jack to her radio program. And when she goes back on the air next Sunday, she'll once again try and have a place for him. For tonight, we've made a special treatment of 7 Keys to Baldpate, which finds Mr. Benny tackling one of the most difficult roles in his career, the role of Jack Benny. And Miss Livingston comes to you in her own interpretation of Mary Livingston. There's another character in our adaptation called Cecil B. DeMille. 1,400 actors in Hollywood have refused my generous bribes to play the part. So there's nothing left for me to do but to play myself. This being the case, my customary duties for the evening will be assumed in part by the highly capable Melville Ruick. And now we light the stage. It's curtain time and start time as the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in 7 Keys to Baldpate with Cecil B. DeMille. Mr. Ruick, will you set our scene? On the lot at Paramount Studios in Hollywood, a building stands apart from the rest. On its door, the legend, Cecil B. DeMille Productions, Incorporated. The door has just opened, and C.B. himself strides quickly across the reception room toward his private office. A small army of assistants and secretaries hinder his progress with innumerable requests.
Good morning, Mr. DeMille.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning,
Well,
darling.
Mr. DeMille, I had that set
See
made
me
up
later,
now.
will you, Joe?
Hello, C.B. Here's that script you asked
Thanks,
for.
I'll read it tonight.
Mr. DeMille, would you see Mr. Nelson?
I can't see anyone this morning. Ask him to come
Mr.
back.
DeMille, this
Not
man
now,
here-
Harry. Sorry. Or Bill, come into my office, will you?
Okay, C.B.
Well, Mr. DeMille, about
All
that
right,
set.
all right.
I
I'll take
want
care
you
of
to see it. It's
everything.
very
See me
important,
later.
really.
Sit down, Bill. Morning, Miss Cole.
Good morning, Mr. DeMille.
Anything happen?
Nothing much. Mr. Henry called about that script. Frank Donnelly has a new star for you, and, oh, yes, Mr. Benny called again.
Who?
Mr. Benny. Jack Benny.
What did he want?
The usual thing.
What did you tell him?
The usual thing. I said you were out to lunch.
I'm beginning to feel a little guilty about Jack.
What's it all about, C.B.?
Well, I was a little tired one night, and I half promised I'd make a picture with him.
No.
Yes. And he calls me up every once in a while to remind me of it.
Well, he isn't serious, is he?
And that's just the trouble. He gave me a long talk about how his soul is starved in comedy. He wants to branch out into drama, heavy acting parts.
Well, he must be crazy. What'd you tell him?
Well, I couldn't tell him the truth. It would have broken his heart, not to mention Paramount. So I just keep telling him I'm still looking for the right story, but it's becoming very embarrassing.
He seemed pretty discouraged this morning, Mr. DeMille. I really think you ought to call him. He said you could reach him at Mary Livingston's house.
No, I'm not looking for trouble, but if he calls again, I suppose I'll have to speak to him.
Oh, Jack. 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 Hey, Yasha.
Yes, Mary.
Jack, why don't you give that cigar box a rest? You've been scratching on it for the last 2 hours.
In the first place, it's not a cigar box. In the second place, I wasn't scratching. That was music, whether you like it or not.
Thanks for the choice.
Oh, well. If that's the way you feel, I'll put it away.
Oh, Jack, I didn't mean it like that. Gee, you certainly are getting cranky lately. Come over here to say hello, and every time I open my mouth, it gets sore. What's the matter with you, anyway?
Oh, I don't know.
I guess I'm in one of those moods again. I'm sorry, Mary. Gosh, why doesn't DeMille call?
Oh, so that's it. I knew there was a reason for that long jaw you're wearing.
I'm not wearing a long jaw.
You are, too.
Well, I saw it in Esquire. See, I've called DeMille about 20 times. I'll bet that secretary never gave him the message.
Jack, I hate to be a wet rag, but did you ever think that maybe Mr. DeMille doesn't want to speak to you?
Oh, don't be silly. What makes you say that?
Well, he certainly goes out to lunch at funny hours.
Well, that doesn't prove anything. He told me himself he wanted to make a picture with me, and he wasn't lying.
Yeah, I'll bet he looked you right square in the chest when he said it.
Oh, no, he didn't. Listen, Mary, Mr. DeMille knows how I feel about comedies. We're going to make a serious picture, something that'll give me a real chance. See, the only thing that's holding it up is the story, and we'll have one if I have to sit down and write it myself. I'll write something I can sink my teeth into. With my ideas, all I need is paper and pencil.
And teeth.
Hey, you don't give me credit for anything, do you?
Oh, Jack, why don't you come down to earth? You're a comedian. You made your name in comedy, and you ought to stick to it. This other stuff isn't for you.
What do you mean it isn't? I'm an actor, ain't I? Aren't I? First, lost, and always, I'm an actor. And here I am laying around wasting my talents because nobody will give me a chance. DeMille makes the Plainsman, and he uses Gary Cooper. Then he turns around and makes the Buccaneer and uses Frederick March. What they want with me at Paramount, I don't know.
If I were you, I wouldn't even ask.
That's so.
And I certainly wouldn't keep pestering Mr. DeMille all the time.
I'm not pestering him. He's just as anxious to do this as I am. I'll give him a ring right now. Hello? Give me Hollywood 06746, please. It's probably out, but I'll take a chance. Hello? Mr. DeMille's office? Well, this is Jack Benny speaking. Is Mr. DeMille back from lunch yet? Oh, he is? Well, can I speak to him? Thank you. There you are, Mary. Yeah, I told you he was just as anxious. Hello? Well, how are you, Mr. DeMille? This is Jack Benny. Oh, I'm pretty good. Say, listen, I just called... Mary? Oh, she's fine. She's fine. Say, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about that story. What's that? Why, no. No, I haven't got a cold. Well, maybe just a little cold. Look, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about that story. Huh? Oh, hot lemonade, huh? Yes, I'll do that. Say, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about... Quinine? Well, I don't think it's that bad. Oh, is that so? No sneezing.
Ask him what's good for falling hair.
Quiet. Well, thanks, Mr. DeMille, but look, what I called you up about was... Oh, it did, eh? Fixed you right up, huh? Well, thanks very much, Mr. DeMille. Yeah, goodbye. No, wait, what I wanted... Hello? Can you imagine that? We were cut off.
Good morning, Cecil B. DeMille Productions. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in conference. Mr. DeMille is in conference. Call later, please.
I'm still not satisfied. Before I start casting a picture, I want to know that the story is right. And this story certainly isn't.
Well, it's a perfect part for Gary Cooper, Mr. DeMille.
The character's all right, yes, but he doesn't do anything. What is it, Miss Cole?
I hate to disturb you, but Jack Benny is here.
Jack Benny? Didn't you tell him I was in a story conference?
Yes, sir, but it didn't do much good. He thinks it's about a story for him.
I was afraid of that. Well, send him in.
Yes, sir. Come in, Mr. Benny.
Oh, thanks. But hello, C.B., how are you?
No, I'll pull through. Sit down, Jack.
Thanks. You know Mary, don't you?
Of course I do. Glad to see you, Mary.
I just want you to know, Mr. DeMille, that I'm not here of my own free will. He dragged me.
Oh, stop it, Mary. You know, C.B., Mary thinks I'm making a pest out of myself. You better tell her.
I don't think that's necessary.
Oh. Well, how's it going, C.B.? Miss Cole told me you were having a story conference. That sounds like pretty good news.
It might be if we had a story to confer about. Nothing doing yet, Jack.
Oh, I see. Well, that's too bad.
You know, Jack, I've been thinking. Here you and I have been stalling around, wasting all your time, and we're not getting any place. Maybe you ought to try some other producer.
What? You mean walk out on you? I'm not built that way, Mr. DeMille. I'm not a quitter. I'm the kind of an actor who sticks.
What?
I said sticks. Now, look, Mr. DeMille, I don't care what happens. I'm with you right to the end.
Well, that's very kind of you, Jack.
Yeah, I'm not going to let a little thing like a story lick us. Not if I have to write one myself.
Just like that, huh?
Well, sure, I can do it all right. After all, I've had some experience, you know.
Well, it'll take you quite a while. Say, maybe it's not such a bad idea at that.
Well, of course it isn't.
No. Now you run along and write that story, Jack, and I'll give you plenty of time to do it.
Okay.
Well, I'm going out to lunch. I'll see you in a couple of months.
What are you going to eat, a whale?
Mary. Now, look, CB. Now, look at here. I don't need a couple of months to write a story. When I get started on it, I'll probably knock it out in a couple of days. One day, if I'm in the mood. Well, what's the matter? You don't believe I can do it, huh?
A complete scenario in 24 hours? I don't believe anyone could do it.
Oh, you don't? All right, Mr. DeMille, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a story tonight. If I finish it in 24 hours, will you produce it?
Well, it'd have to be good.
Oh, I'll take care of that. Will you produce it?
If it's a good story, why not? Now, I'll tell you something else. If you can write a complete and original story in 24 hours, I'll let you play the lead in it.
Mary, you heard that. You heard what he said.
You're letting yourself in for it, Mr. DeMille.
I don't think so. It's a mental and physical impossibility.
That's Jack, all right.
You'll find out, CB.
So will you, J.B.
Well, all I need is a quiet place to work in. I may have to go out of town.
That's all right with me. Any place you want.
Okay. Now, let's see.
As a matter of fact, Jack, if you really want a quiet place, you can use my place up on Baldpate.
Where?
Baldpate Mountain. It's an old house I picked up a couple of years ago. I've never lived there. And no one can bother you because no one else can get in.
Oh.
There's only one...
Nobody comes to Diamond Star unless he or she has to.
I happen to enjoy big game hunting, Mr. Davies. I was told the lions are very good to the north of here.
Would you care to show them to Amato? After all, you were our best hunter and guide. Dale, you know as well as I do, I can't even guide Miss Renaud across the street with...
You'll probably have to cut your way through the snowdrifts, but once you get there, you'll love it. The only thing you'll hear is a couple of hoot owls and the moaning of the wind.
What, no radio?
No one ever goes near there. It's an ideal place to work.
All right, the bet's on. I'll go pack now, and I'll leave for Baldpate in an hour.
Good. But remember, Jack, a complete and original scenario in 24 hours.
Listen, Mr. DeMille, if I don't bring you back a complete and original story in 24 hours, my name ain't Jack Benny.
Confidentially, Mr. DeMille, it ain't.
Oh, come on.
This is Baldpate. You got that key?
Right here. Say, it's kind of dark up this way, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. Belinda and me is the caretakers of this place. We don't get over more than 2 or 3 times a year.
If you ask me, that's 2 or 3 times too much.
Now, you hush, Belinda. Hush up. Go on in, Mr. Benny. I'll make a light for you. Ought to be an old oil lamp around here somewhere.
Well, hurry, Jed. It's black as pitch. Say, Mr. Benny, you ain't really set on staying here all night, are you?
I certainly am, Mrs. Waller.
Oh, but you don't have to stay, do you?
Well, in a way, why not?
Why not? Jed, he asked why not. I'll tell you why not, Mr. Benny.
Hush up, Belinda, hush up. No need to go worrying him with all those tales. Why, it's 20 years or more since old man Crummett passed away. I never did believe in ghosts anyway.
Say, who was this old Crummett?
He owned this place. May heaven help him.
But he's dead now. Dead and gone in his grave these 20 years.
In his grave? When he ain't out of it.
Now, hush, Belinda, hush up.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Waller. I'm not very much afraid of ghosts.
Oh, of course you ain't. Of course you ain't. I never would have believed a word of it myself. Except for what happened to the last feller that stayed here. Would you like to hear about it?
Well, not particularly.
Well, 'twas a night just like this. Black as a crow's feather. With the wind a-howling and a-moaning through the trees. Just like now. Yes, I guess that's why no one ever heard his screams. You see...
Here, stop it. I don't want to hear any more about it. I got a story to write here, and by heaven, I'll write it or my name ain't... Now get out of here, both of you. Go on, scat.
Then you set on staying, huh?
Yes, I'm set on staying, huh?
Come on then, Jed. We can go. Our conscience is clear.
Yep. Well, goodbye, mister. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
Let's see. The scene is in the library at night. The girl walks in, suddenly discovers it. Yeah, that's it, I think. Who's there? Who's out there? Who's outside that door?
Hiya, Morgan. Gee, it's dark in here.
Who are you?
It's okay, Morgan. I'm Cookie Bland.
That's fine, but I'm not Morgan. How'd you get in here anyway?
Why, come through the door.
Yeah, I noticed that, but I happen to have the only key to that door.
Oh, is that so? Well, what do you think this thing is, a crochet needle?
Oh, so you've got one, too. What are you doing here?
Well, can of chatter. You know I was supposed to meet you here. You come for the dough, didn't you?
The dough?
Well, sure. Hey, you cracked the safe yet?
Why, no. Say, what is it?
Now, listen here, Morgan.
My name isn't Morgan. I'm Jack Benny.
What?
You heard me, Jack Benny.
Oh, I'm dealing with a screwball, huh?
Oh, listen, go away, will you? I've got a story to write. I'm right in the middle of a plot.
Yeah? Well, if you ain't Morgan, you're going to be in the middle of another kind of a plot. And it don't have no happy ending.
Why, what are you talking about?
Stick 'em up, pal.
Stick 'em up?
Stick 'em up or I'll blow you through the wall. Hey, listen. What's that?
Somebody else is trying to get in. They told me there was only one key to this
Shut up. Look here, screwball. I'm going to hide in the next room, see? And you get him out of here. And don't mention nothing about me being here, see? Because if you do, it's curtains. You understand? Curtains.
Curtains.
Right.
Good evening.
Well, good evening. Who are you?
Who are you?
Now, I asked first.
Oh, never mind that. How did you get in here?
Well, no trouble at all. I had a key.
You lie. There is only one key to Baldpate, and I have it.
Well, it sure gets around. Now, listen, miss, I'm a very busy man. I came here to write
What is your name?
My name is Jack Benny, I think.
Please, this is no time for jokes.
All right, then have it your own way. My name isn't Jack Benny. It's Morgan.
Morgan?
Yes, Morgan.
Put up your hands. Put them up.
Say, this is getting a little bit monotonous.
I am going to kill you, Mr. Morgan.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't shoot. I'm not Morgan. I only said that because the other fellow told me if I wasn't Morgan...
What other fellow?
Huh?
What other fellow? Are we someone else here?
Oh, no. It's a fellow I met last week. He's in the curtain business. But I'm not Morgan. You gotta believe me.
Very well. It is good for you that you spoke in time.
Oh, thank you. Wow. Well, maybe you'll tell me what this is all about. I mean, why do you want to shoot Mr. Morgan?
Why? Because he is a beast. Because he is planning to rob me of my inheritance. Listen, do you know who I am? My name is Crummet. Rita Crummet.
Not one of the grave-walking Crummets.
No. I see someone has told you about my grandfather.
Yes, casually.
20 years ago, my grandfather died very mysteriously. When he died, he left over $100,000. No one ever received a penny of it. Do you know why?
He forgot to put stamps on the envelopes.
No. No one knew where it was. But recently, some new facts have come to light. Facts which prove definitely that the money is still in existence. That it is buried here in this very house.
$100,000 in this house?
Yes, and it is all mine. All mine, you hear?
Faintly.
But a man named Morgan knows of this, too. He is planning to come here, to take the money, to rob me. Oh, you must help me.
Well, I'd like to, yes. But I have a story to write, and I've only got about 3 minutes.
Listen. Who is that?
I don't know, and don't introduce me.
Look, there is someone coming down the stairs. He is carrying a lantern.
Who's down there? Who's down there?
Shall we answer him?
Miss Crummet, did your grandfather carry a lantern?
Never.
Was he a tall, thin man, all bent over with a long gray beard?
No.
Then there's a stranger in the house.
Who's there, I say?
It's us.
What are you doing here? Who's that woman? I don't like women.
Now, just a minute, my friend. If you'll come out from behind that beard, I'd like to ask a couple of questions myself. I mean, how did you get in here?
I came through the back door.
There is no back door.
I made one.
It wasn't that funny.
I know who he is now. He is the hermit of Baldpate Mountain. He is crazy, a maniac.
Oh, so you're a hermit, eh?
Yes, I am. I live alone. But I don't like it. Get that woman out of here. I can't stand women. I hate women. I hate all women.
How about Hedy Lamarr?
I don't like her either.
Boy, you are nuts.
Mr. Benny, please, do not joke with him.
They're coming. You hear the drum? Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. They're coming. Legions upon legions. Marching. Closer and closer. Legions upon legions. And they're all dead.
That man, I have heard of him. He is very dangerous. There's no telling what he will do. If he comes back, we must humor him.
Yeah, if I come back, humor me.
Oh, no, do not go, please. You must not leave me alone now.
Look, I came here to write a story.
Listen. There is someone at the door again. Someone is trying to get in.
It's about time somebody tried to get out.
I must not be seen here. I will be up in the attic. Do not breathe a word.
Hello, Jack.
Mary, you?
Who'd you expect, Corrigan?
Why not? How'd you open that door?
With a key, why?
That's ridiculous. Don't you know there's only 4 keys in existence?
Well, mine makes 5. I didn't want to disturb you, so when I came through the village, I borrowed it from the grocer.
A fine place that DeMille sent me to. Wait till I see him again. What'd you come up here for, anyway?
Well, don't look so annoyed. I got worried about you. I thought of you up here all alone, and, well, I thought you might like some company.
Company? Got more company now than a sweepstake winner. Mary, this is no place for you. You gotta leave right now.
What do you mean, leave? I just got here.
I know, but you gotta go. Now, don't ask questions, please.
Are you trying to get rid of me?
Oh, yes, I'm trying to get rid of you.
Why?
Mary, will you please do what I say?
Not until I know what's behind all this. What's going on here anyway?
There's nothing going on here. Nothing.
Well, boy meets girl.
Where are you?
Here. What's the matter now?
That man is trying to kill me. He's mad. Oh, you've got to help me. Stay near me. I can't stand it.
Here, now, stop. It's all right. I'll take care of you. Just calm yourself. Now, everything's going to be all right.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Who's the foreigner?
Her name is Rita Crummett, and she's in a lot of trouble. I'm trying to help her out. Miss Crummett, this is Mary Livingston.
Oh, how do you do? I am very pleased to meet you.
I'll bet you are. So this is the story you were going to write, eh?
Well, I started to tell you.
I thought there was some reason why you wanted to get rid of me.
Now, listen, Mary.
Oh, don't try to make excuses.
Oh.
It's too bad I happened to come up here, isn't it? But I'm glad I did. Glad I found out about you before it's too late.
Mary, are you crazy? I never saw this woman before in my life.
Then what is she doing here?
I'll tell you what she's doing. She came here after $100,000.
Oh, bank knife.
Now, look, Mary, this money was...
Oh, you can't pull the wool over my eyes. It's all off between us, Jack. This is the end. Take Miss Crumpet and go.
It's not Crumpet, it's Crummett.
Well, she certainly looks it.
Mary, look, this is silly. It's her money and she came here to get it. Now, there's a man named Morgan who's trying to take it away from her, and there's a fellow named Cokie Bland who's hiding in the other room, and he's trying to get it.
All right, wise guy, stick him up.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Bland. Wait a second. I didn't mean to tell her, really. I didn't. It just slipped up.
Stick him up. Come on, all of you.
Now, look what you've done, Mary. I hope you're satisfied.
I warned you not to squeal, didn't I?
Oh.
I warned you, pal. But you double-crossed me, see? And now I'm going to lump your dumplings.
You're going to what?
Lump your dumplings.
You're going to lump my dumplings?
Jack, what does he mean?
I'm not sure, but if it's what I think it is, you better shake the mothballs out of your old black dress.
We return in just a moment to the second act of 7 Keys to Baldpate, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille. Now for a brief intermission, during which we overhear your friends, the Browning family. In their living room, Mr. Browning is discovered checking over the month's bills. Dot sits by the window sewing. Betty has the radio tuned in to Flatfoot Flugie, while Dad is vainly trying to add a column of figures.
26 and 43 is... Quiet! Isn't it enough that I have to pay the bills? Or do I have to add them up in a madhouse, too?
What bills, Dad?
What bills? These bills. What on earth does this family do with stockings?
We hang them up at Christmas and wait for Santa Claus.
Well, you're looking at Santa Claus right now.
But I can't be Santa Claus on stockings much longer. In fact, I don't think I'll buy another pair until you tell me why you can't make them last.
Why, Dad, stockings just wear out. They pop runs and...
Oh, Betty, if you'd only wash your stockings the way I told you.
Yeah, Dot, I know. Every night in Lux. Don't forget the Lux.
It does make a difference, Beth. My stockings last lots longer than yours.
On account of this elasticity you're always talking about, I suppose. Stockings should stretch and then spring back.
Oh, I wish this budget would.
Honestly, Betty, it's dopey to wash stockings the way you do. Come on, be a good egg. Use Lux and help Dad out with the bill.
Is somebody in this family actually going to do something to help me? Mother! Come quick! It's a miracle. That's what it is. A miracle.
Yes, the girl who wears the stockings and the man who pays the bills are both thankful for Lux Flakes. They cut down on costly runs and protect the beauty and fit of your stockings, too. Wash your stockings after every wearing in gentle Lux Flakes. To save money, buy the big box. We continue with 7 Keys to Baldpate, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille. A few minutes have passed. In the old house on Baldpate Mountain, the situation remains unchanged, and Jack is still unshot. Rita Crummett, Mary, and Jack are seated in a row against the wall. Bland covers them with an automatic.
And I don't want nobody to make any false moves, see? If anybody bats an eyelash, you know what.
You'll lump his dumplings.
Right.
Keep quiet, Mary.
Well, that's what he said he'd do, didn't he? He was going to lump your dumplings.
Well, you don't have to remind him of it.
Don't worry, Screwball. I changed my mind about that. I'm going to wait here for Morgan.
Well, I can wait if you can.
Morgan is a beast.
Nobody asked you, sister.
He's trying to steal my money, but he won't. He won't, I tell you. I'll get that money tonight if it's the last thing I do.
You lay one finger on it and I will be.
Hey, what is all this about money? What's everyone doing up here anyway?
Oh, she came up here for some money, and this guy came up ahead of her. I came up to write a story. You came to keep me company. Not one of us had sense enough to bring sandwiches.
Shut up.
Well, why don't you all go home and leave me alone?
Shut up, I tell you.
I won't shut up. You can't intimidate me. Anyway, not until Morgan gets here.
Well, maybe I won't wait for Morgan, see? Maybe I'll break the rules for once and let you have it right now.
Here, stop! Put that gun down. Put it down.
Everybody stand where you are. I've got you covered.
Look, it's the hermit.
Drop that gun. Drop it, I say!
Oh, nuts.
There, smarty pants.
Hey, Jack. Who's the guy with the long beard?
That's the hermit, Mary. Hiya, Hermie.
Wonder what he looks like.
I'm not going to get a lawnmower just for that.
Who's this woman? Why is she here?
Now, Hermie, control yourself. You certainly showed up at the right time. Where'd you get that gun?
That's none of your business. I heard what you said. Up here after old Crummett's money, huh? Well, you won't get it. None of you will get it.
Listen, look, I don't even want the money. All I want is to be left alone, that's all. And this guy here was going to shoot me.
Oh, he was, eh? Well, he won't.
There. You see, Mr. Bland?
But I'm going to shoot you myself.
What?
There, you see, Mr. Bland?
Quiet. Listen, Hermie, look. Be reasonable. What did I ever do to you?
You brought these women here.
Oh, he did, eh?
I did not.
He did, too. Listen here, Hermie. I heard the whole thing. This Dan came here for the dough. And this here guy promised he'd get it. There were a couple of crooks. And if I was you, I'd give it to him right now.
Hermie, don't listen to him. He's crazy.
He is, eh?
Sure he is. He's stark raving mad.
So am I. Shake, brother.
Shake.
Gosh.
Stop shaking, Jack. You're not in it.
Go on, Hermie. Let the rat have it.
Right now?
Sure, right now. Why not?
You keep out of this. If he wants to wait a little, that's his business.
Go on, Hermie. Give it to him.
No. We must wait.
That's right. We got to wait for Morgan.
No, not for Morgan. We wait until midnight. I'll sit here and watch you squirm. Then when we hear the old village clock striking the hour, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11...
Stop! Hermie, you can't do that. You can't shoot a man down in cold blood. Why, you don't know me. You don't even know who I am. You can't do it, Hermie. I tell you can't do it.
Pick up your head. Come on. Up with him.
Now I know somebody's selling keys outside.
Put that gun down, Santa Claus. I'm taking charge here. Now, don't move. Anybody.
Brother, I don't know who you are, but you certainly are a lifesaver.
Yeah? Hello, Bland.
Hi, Morgan.
Morgan?
What are you laughing at?
Hello, Morgan.
Mary.
What's going on here, Bland?
Well, I don't know, boss. I come up here like you told me to, and I find this guy pounding on a typewriter. And this here dame walks in and she...
Lisa. So you're here, eh?
Well, what of it?
You double-crossing little snake.
Say, you can't talk to Miss Crummett like that.
Crummett? That's a laugh. Do you know who this dame is?
If she's Miss America, I'll scream.
Quiet.
Her name is Nolan. Rita Nolan. She's the slickest little crook in the business.
What do you mean, crook? That money belongs to anyone who finds it.
Nobody will find it, because it's mine. Every penny of it mine.
Keep your mouth shut. Put up your hands, everybody.
Me too?
Yeah, you too. Keep them there, you hear?
Yes, sir.
Come here, Blant. I want to speak to you.
Okay, boss.
Rest of you sit tight. I got my eyes on all of you.
Phew. Gee, Mary, I guess we're in a tough spot. I wish I had a gun.
What for? You wouldn't shoot anybody.
No, but I could commit suicide. Mary. Hey, Mary. Don't make a move, but listen to me. We got to get that gun away from Morgan. I got a plan.
What is it?
When Morgan comes over here and starts to talk, you look behind him, see? And then you yell, "Look out behind you." Then when he turns around, I'll grab his gun. How do you like that for an idea?
I think it's corny.
What do you mean, corny? Shh. Here he comes.
All right, Bland. Let's get after that dough. It's in the house somewhere. We've got to find it tonight. Here, you take the upstairs, and I'll search down here.
All right, Mary. Remember the plan?
Oh, yes. Say, Mr. Morgan, will you come here a minute?
Huh? What do you want?
Personally, I don't think this is going to work, but look out behind you.
Hey, what?
Hey, give me that gun.
Why, you
Stand right where you are, Mr. Morgan. Now put up your hands, everybody. You didn't think it would work, eh, Mary? Say, I guess I'm not a scenario writer for nothing. Everybody line up against that wall, see? I mastered this situation, see? I got you all in the palm of me hand. If anybody moves, I'll dump his lumplings.
The telephone.
Who had that phone connected?
I'll answer it.
Oh, no, you don't. Get away from that phone.
That call from
No, it isn't.
Stand back, all of you. I'll take care of this, see?
Be careful what you say, Jack. You can't tell who it might be.
Don't worry. I guess I can handle it. I guess.
Go ahead, Jack.
All right. Don't push me. Hello? Hello? What? No, madam, this is not Sam's Delicatessen. Can you imagine that? Now what are we going to do? Anyway, I've still got the gun. We're going to stay here until I can reach the police.
Police?
Yes, and we have to wait here all night.
Jack, why do we have to sit around waiting for the police?
Why? Because nobody knows we're here, because I'm not a mental telepathist, because we haven't got a shortwave radio.
Well, we have a telephone. Why don't we call them?
Well, I'd have thought of that, too. I'll call them right now. Now, don't move, anybody. Hello? Hello, operator. Give me the police department and hurry.
You're making a mistake there, buddy.
You don't say, huh? Well, you made a mistake when you walked in here and tried to push me around. Hello? Is this the Baldpate Village Police Station? Well, this is Jack Benny, and I'm up on Baldpate Mountain. Yes, Jack Benny. What do you mean a gag? I tell you... What? All right, then you can be the King of Bulgaria. I'm still Jack Benny. The King of Bulgaria.
Let me talk to him, Jack.
Okay.
Now listen, Your Majesty.
Give me that phone. Now get this. I'm up here on Baldpate Mountain. I've got a... Yes. Yeah, I know that. Look, I know no one lives on Baldpate. That's why I'm here. No, I'm not crazy. Hello? Hello? Hello, listen. Hello? You beat that. He hung up. I'd like to go down there and stuff that phone down his throat.
Why don't you?
Let all these crooks walk out on me? Oh, no.
Don't worry about them. You leave the gun with me, and I'll keep school till you get back with the cops.
Now, don't be ridiculous. You couldn't handle this mob. All alone and everything.
Sure I could. If anybody tried to get out, I'd do that stuff with the dumplings. Give me the gun.
Oh, I don't like this. Suppose something happened.
Nothing's going to happen. Go ahead, Jack, and get back here as soon as you can.
Well, all right, but keep your eye on them. I'll be back in an hour, and I'll have the whole police force with me. Hey, open this door. Hey, what kind of a police station is this? Open up, will you?
Hey, what goes on here?
Hey, let me in. Is this the Baldpate Village Police Station?
It ain't the morgue.
Well, you can't prove it by you. Where is everybody?
Well, we close early on Mondays.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, I want to see the chief constable. Where is he?
Chief constable? You'll find him in cell number 6. He's playing draw poker with the 3 prisoners.
Playing with the prisoners? Isn't he taking a chance?
No, they're his cards.
Oh.
Just go right through that door. The chief is the guy without the stripes.
Thank you.
Okay, Chief, I'll raise that bid.
It'll cost you a dime to see him, Chief.
And it'll cost him another dime to see me.
Say, Chief, can I interrupt you for a minute? I'm the guy that called you up about an hour ago from Baldpate Mountain.
Oh, yeah?
I came down here to tell you there's a gang of desperate crooks up there, and you got to do something about it.
Crooks, eh?
Yeah.
What do you got, Joe? 3 kings.
Hey, will you wait a minute? I just left them.
I got 3 aces.
Your pot, Chief. Look, I just left them up there. They're being held by Mary Livingston. They're dangerous, Chief. You got to come right away.
Whose deal is it?
My deal, Chief.
Look, will you listen? One of them's going to kill me at 12 o'clock on the dot. He's a maniac. And if he misses me, there's 3 others who won't.
Well, I can't quit winners, can I?
Oh.
I'll open a new deck. Take out the 2s and 3s.
Look, Chief, I hate to be a kibitzer, but this is a matter of life and death.
Who opened?
You did.
I did not.
You did, too. Now, look, Chief, all I want is...
10 cents blind, Joe. I'll see that and raise it a dime.
Look, all I want is...
Up a nickel.
All I want is...
A nickel and 1 bet.
Chief, it's a matter of life and death.
And a nickel again.
It's $100,000.
What? Well, that's too high for me. I pass. Wait a minute. What did you say?
$100,000 on Baldpate Mountain.
Well, what are we sitting around here for?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. There's a whole gang of crooks. They're after the money.
Not while Kennedy is chief constable. Can you show me the way?
Follow me.
Then let's go. I've kept this county clean of crooks for 10 years. And by heaven, it'll stay clean.
Now, come on.
Wait. Where's my holster?
Here it is, Chief, hanging on your chair. Hurry up.
Is my gun in it?
Yes, and 2 aces. Let's go.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes. And now, before bringing you the third act of our play, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille, we have a little intermission. During the week, one of the most distinguished violinists in the world, Mr. Ephraim Zimbalist, boarded a plane and headed west, just to be with us tonight, a tribute for which we're most grateful. Due to the insidious machinations of Jack Benny, all violinists have fallen into a mild sort of disrepute, and especially a certain composition for the violin, written by Schubert. A composition spelt B, as in Benny, E, E. Like a knight of old, aglow with the fierce flame of vengeance, Mr. Zimbalist is here to right ancient wrongs, and to play the B with some regard for Mr. Schubert and the sensibilities of listening America. At last, Mr. Benny is cornered. Mr. Zimbalist, are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Wick, but there's no hurry. Let him suffer for a while longer.
Well, why not? Oh, by the way, Mr. Zimbalist, what do you think of Jack as an actor?
I find a remarkable similarity, Mr. Wick, between Mr. Benny the actor and Mr. Benny the violinist. Even as an actor, he insists on playing in 7 keys.
Mr. Zimbalist, shucks, I play the violin, too. Maybe you heard me in The Buccaneer. I was the pirate who played the violin for Frederick March to soothe his nerves.
Oh, is that so? May I suggest, Mr. Wick, that next time you give him a nice cup of hot milk?
Oh. Don't you like anything around here, Mr. Zimbalist?
Oh, of course. I'm just trying to be funny, Mr. Wick. When a violinist tries to be a comedian, or when a comedian tries to be a violinist, heaven help the audience. I think I better play the B.
Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ephraim Zimbalist, accompanied at the piano by Theodore Seidenberg. America thanks you, Mr. Zimbalist, and we all trust Mr. Benny's musical dumplings are at long last properly lumped. We hear him now with Mary Livingston and Cecil B. DeMille in Act 3 of 7 Keys to Baldpate. An hour later, Jack Benny has enlisted the aid of the Baldpate Village Police. A car containing our hero and the chief constable pulls up the rugged mountain road, comes to a stop just outside of the old house.
There's the house, Chief Kennedy.
All right. Now, don't get excited. We're around a whole bunch of them up. Come on.
Wait. Gosh, I forgot. We can't get in. I came out without the key.
Oh, don't worry about that. I got one.
Oh, you have? Well, don't lose it. They're awfully scarce. Hey, look.
Huh? What's the matter now?
Gee, I left the light burning in that room. Now it's dark.
All right. Take it easy. I've got a flashlight. We'll break in on them and take them by surprise. Ready?
Right.
Now. Put them up, everybody.
Wait a minute. Why, there's nobody here. Hey, Mary. Why, they've all gone.
They can't be gone. We'd have seen them coming down the mountain. Say, I thought there was something screwy about you.
But I'm not screwy. They must be somewhere in the house. You look upstairs and I'll take the cellar.
Okay. Here, take this other gun out of my hip pocket. And if you see anybody, shoot first.
Gee, I hope nothing happened to Mary. Mary, are you in the cellar? Mary, if you're down here, turn on the light. I can't see a thing. Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, Mary, you're safe. Where are you? I can't see.
I'm over here, Jack, sitting in a rocking chair.
Oh, I thought something happened to you. Well, get out of that chair and come over here.
Okay, but you'll have to untie these ropes first.
What ropes? You mean you're tied to that chair?
I couldn't help it, Jack. Really, I couldn't.
I might have known this would happen. Let me get those ropes. Who did this?
Mr. Morgan.
Oh, Morgan, eh?
Yeah, right after I dropped the gun.
Oh, you dropped the gun.
Well, I couldn't help it. I was standing there covering him just like you told me. And all of a sudden, Morgan yelled, "Look out behind you." And when I turned around, there was nobody there. Yeah, I guess that trick is better than I thought it was.
Oh, shut up. Hey, listen, they're all upstairs again. Come on, slip out of those ropes.
I'm ready.
Up the stairs, quick.
Jack, maybe we better not go up there.
Well, what are you talking about? I brought the law back with me. Kennedy's taking charge. He'll have those crooks in jail in an hour. They don't end up in a card game. Come on.
Everybody, shut up or I'll plug somebody.
Now, what goes on, Chief? You got the whole crowd, huh?
And I got the money, too. It's in that big bag on the floor.
That's my money. It's mine.
Quiet, Hermie.
You. I'll get you at 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock, eh? You got to get free first. Where'd you find the money, Chief?
That hermit dug it up. This woman took it from him, Bland took it from her, Morgan took it from him.
And I'm taking it from all of you.
Put that bag down.
Give me that bag. It's mine.
Don't let her take that.
Keep your hands off.
Put down that bag.
Drop that bag, all of you. Drop that bag. The law's here now. The law will take care of that doing its own way.
That's telling them, Chief.
Where's the phone?
Right over there on the desk.
Put that money up here next to me.
There you are, Chief.
Now, everybody stay nice and quiet. Hello, operator. I want Village 826. Yeah.
Who you calling, Chief? The riot squad? I guess all you crooks will have a lot of time to think this over.
Hello, Village 826. Is this Joe's pool room?
Pool room?
This is Chief Constable Kennedy. Let me speak to my wife, will you? What? You don't see her around.
Maybe she's behind the 8-ball.
Mary.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, put her on the phone.
Look, Chief, I don't want to interfere with your business, but why don't you call up the station?
Hello. Is that you, Agnes? How's the game tonight, honey? That's good. Listen, honey, get this clear. I want you to get some clothes together in a hurry and catch the next train for Canada. Now, don't ask questions. I'll meet you there Wednesday morning. Yeah, with $100,000.
Say, what are you trying to...
Shut up! You got that straight, honey? Okay. Goodbye, sweetheart. What? Oh, all right. Goodbye, dear. Now, everybody stay where you are.
Say, what do you think you're going to do?
You heard me, buddy. I'm going to Canada.
It's a fine time to visit the quintuplets.
Shut up.
Why can't you can't get away with this? I'll have the law on your trail in 3 minutes.
No, you won't. I took care of that. There's 4 of my boys guarding the mountain road right now, with orders to shoot anybody trying to leave. You're all going to stay right here until I get a head start. Then you can do what you want.
You certainly are a fine cop stealing that money.
Yeah.
Why don't we divvy up, even Stephen?
You keep out of this. Why shouldn't I steal it from a gang of crooks like you? It's one chance in a lifetime to get this much dough, and I'm going to grab it. Yeah. I'm going to live in a marble hall and eat off gold plates and send my 2 boys to college. What do you think of that?
You won't get away with it. I'll shoot you dead. You're second on my list right now.
Come back here, you.
Shoot. Go on, shoot! Missed me!
He's gone. He's loose again. A fine smash your bait out of this, Mr. Kennedy.
Keep quiet.
Why, that man's a maniac. He's crazy. He's going to kill me at 12 o'clock on the dot.
If he bumps you off, he's not as crazy as I thought.
Listen, Kennedy, you'll never get away with this. Hand over that dough.
Stand back, you.
that money.
What are you doing? Get away from me. Get away or I'll plug a whole bunch. Get away.
Come on, everybody, grab him.
Everybody, stand right where you are. Put up your hands. Go on, put them up, everybody.
Mary, look who it is. Look.
Who are you?
I'm Cecil B. DeMille, the owner of Baldpate. 2 policemen refused to let me pass, and I shot them dead.
Oh, this isn't true. Why, it can't be true.
What's the matter here, Jack? Who are these people? How'd they get in here?
Gee, I don't know.
Have they disturbed you in your work? How are you getting on with your story?
How am I getting on? It's a nice question. Fine place you sent me to. Nothing but ghosts, crooks, murderers, maniacs, and now a director. You told me there was only one key. This place has more keys than a grand piano.
But, Jack...
You win, I lose. 24 hours. I couldn't write a story in this joint in 24 years. Well, what's the matter with you? What are you all laughing at? Hey, what goes on here, anyway?
I just want to tell you, Jack, I hope you're not going to be mad, but the whole thing was a joke.
What was a joke?
I sent all these people up here just for a gag.
A gag?
That's right. This girl you thought was Rita Crummett. Her real name is Eve Forsyth. I used her in my last picture.
How do you do, Mr. Benny?
Well, Al, this is the darndest thing.
Cokie Bland isn't a crook. He isn't even Cokie. He's my old prop man.
How are you, Mr. Benny?
Well, this is very funny.
And Morgan here is an actor I've been using for years. His name is Jones.
Jones? Well, what an odd name.
Kennedy isn't a real chief constable, but he's a real actor.
Well, thanks, Mr. DeMille.
I'd say he's a real actor. He certainly had me going. Well, this is quite a surprise.
And, of course, Mary was in on the whole thing from the start.
Oh, she was?
Hello, Jack.
Mary. Oh, gosh darn you. Oh, this is very funny. Say, Mr. DeMille, who was the hermit?
Huh?
You know, the hermit. The guy you sent up here to act like a crazy man. Oh, he had me scared for a while. Who was he?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, the crazy guy. The guy who said he was going to shoot me at 12 o'clock, sharp.
You know anything about this, Kennedy?
Well, not me. I figured he was one of the actors.
Well, I didn't send him.
What? You mean you...
There must be some mistake. I don't know anything about a hermit.
Well, neither do I. I thought that...
Wait a minute. Do you mean this hermit is on the level?
Well, he must be.
But he's going to shoot me. He's going to kill me at 12 o'clock.
Now, keep calm, Jack. There must be something we can do.
But he's a maniac. He's crazy. He's roaming around loose. Listen. What time is it? What time is it now?
It's exactly 2 minutes of 12.
2 minutes of... Oh.
Jack, look at me. Are you all right?
He got me, Mary. He got me. Mary.
Yes, Jack?
Tell DeMille.
Yes.
Tell DeMille.
What, Jack? Tell DeMille what?
Tell DeMille his watch is 2 minutes slow.
Mr. DeMille's office. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in conference. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in a story conference with Mr. Benny. Mr. DeMille is in a story conference.
And there's your story, Mr. DeMille. At the finish, the hermit shoots me and I fall to the floor. Mary leans over to me and says, Jack, look at me. Are you all right? Then I look up at her and say, Tell DeMille his watch is 2 minutes slow. Finish. There's your story, Mr. DeMille, and I finished it in 24 hours.
Gee, Jack, that's swell.
What do you think of it, C.V.?
Did you write all this since you were in this office yesterday?
I certainly did.
Did you work at my place on Baldpate?
Yes, and you were right. I never heard a sound. But I used it for the locale of my story and brought in a lot of crooks and things. Why, I even put you in it. I had you come in at the finish to tell me it was all a gag.
Yeah, I know.
And I wrote a part for Mary, too. Well, how do you like it?
It's very good, Jack.
Thanks. Now, you remember your promise, C.V. You said you'd produce it.
I certainly will.
There you are, Mary, you see?
Gee.
And Gary Cooper is just the man for it.
Gary Cooper? Now, wait a minute, Mr. DeMille. You said I could play the lead in it.
I said you could play the lead if it was an original story.
Well, it is original. And it's good, too.
Yes, but it was also good in 1910 when Earl Biggers wrote the novel.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, and in 1913, when George M. Cohan produced the play.
Oh, what a coincidence.
Yeah, and in 1925, when Paramount produced the silent picture.
Oh, they got in it, too.
Yeah, and in 1929, when RKO made it as a talkie.
Well.
And I believe they all called it 7 Keys to Baldpate.
They did?
Ah.
Gee, and I was so proud of it. I thought it was my own brainchild, didn't you?
And it turned out to be an orphan.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm licked. So the picture's off, ACB?
I'm sorry, Jack.
Gee, and I wanted to play the lead in it. Well, that's the way it goes. Yeah. Come on, Mary, let's go home.
Wait a minute, Jack. You've still got a chance. Grab that script.
What for?
We'll take it over to Walt Disney. He'll produce it.
Gee, Walt Disney. Say, there's an idea. Come on, let's go. Walt Disney.
So long, Jack.
Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack, quack.
And that's the end of our Lux Radio Theater version of 7 Keys to Baldpate. But not the end of Jack Benny. He'll be back in a moment with Mary Livingston to be put on the spot again, I'm sure, by Mr. DeMille. Meantime, may I ask you, our listeners, a question. Have you ever been put on the spot by embarrassingly red, rough hands? If you have, if you want the smooth, white hands everyone admires, try changing to Lux Flakes for washing your dishes. Your hands may spend as much as 500 hours in the dishpan every year. Think of the damage a harsh soap may do. Such soaps are drying. They rob your skin of its natural oils. But Lux Flakes have none of the harmful alkali so drying to the skin. They leave your hand lovely. Do as so many clever women do nowadays. Use Lux for dishes. Buy the thrifty big box tomorrow. And now, Mr. DeMille, the actor, surrenders to Mr. DeMille, your host and producer, as he brings Jack Benny and Mary Livingston back to our microphone.
Thank you for that word, actor, Mr. Rick. And now a brief exchange of opinions with the man of the hour. Oh, Jack, Mr. Benny. Mary, where's Jack?
He's in the next room taking off his makeup.
Makeup? But Mary, does he use makeup on radio?
Well, Jack has to on account of mic fright.
Mic fright? What's that got to do with it?
When he doesn't put on makeup, he frightens the mic.
I see.
Here he comes now. Hey, Jack, Mr. DeMille wants you.
Oh, yes, Mr. DeMille.
Well, Jack, now that it's all over, I've got to admit that tonight's acting was superb. Really great.
Gee, Mr. DeMille, you mean that?
I certainly do. It was brilliant.
Well, and there's no room for an argument there.
Thanks. I thought I was pretty good.
You?
Of course. Who did you mean?
Oh, well, yes, Mr. DeMille. I thought your acting was all right. Yes, sir, all right.
You mean you didn't think it was good?
Well, I didn't think it was bad.
But you didn't say it was good.
No, I said it was all right, all right.
Yeah, but you said it like Major Bowes.
No, I really thought you were swell. And speaking of histrionic ability, I wasn't exactly a sound effect on this program myself, you know.
I agree with you, Jack. I thought you did a great job.
Thank you.
Hey, Gable.
What? What is it, Mary?
As long as it's a matter of personal opinion, I thought I was pretty good, too.
Mary, you were excellent. I don't know what we'd have done without you.
It's got me stumped, too.
By the way, Jack, what did you think of the way Mr. Zimbalist played the bee?
Oh, I thought it was quite good, Mr. DeMille. Of course, his pizzicato was a bit strong. And when it came to the andante, I thought he was slightly razzmatazz in there.
Oh, he was?
Oh, yeah. But when it came to the allegro, why, nobody can question that.
They better not question you either.
Yeah, I tell you. They're not question you either. Now, look. Always comes in with her little 2 cents. Now, look, Mr. DeMille. Now that it's all over, let's be serious. How about my playing the leading role in your next picture? I've been looking forward to it, and I know I can do it. Why, I've been riding a horse 8 hours a day just to get in shape for the part.
Well, you've been practicing on the wrong kind of a horse, Jack. Union Pacific is the story of an iron horse.
The thing I rode wasn't made of feathers, Mr. DeMille.
But, Jack, you've got it all wrong. An iron horse is a locomotive. Union Pacific is a railroad story.
Oh, a railroad story, Mr. DeMille. Railroads are right down my alley.
That was before you moved to the new house.
Well, if it means a part in the picture, I'll move right back. How about it, Mr. DeMille?
He'll think it over.
You stay out of this. What do you say?
Mary's right. I'll think it over.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
By the way, I want to wish you good luck on the opening of your new Jell-O series next Sunday night. You too, Mary.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. DeMille, I still think you're right about my trying to be a dramatic actor. I'll wash my hands of the whole thing. And to show you there's no hard feelings, I'll do it with Lux. Well, I guess we'll be running along. Come on, Mary.
Okay. Say, Jack, didn't it seem strange working tonight after our long vacation?
It sure did. But I got a lot of laughs tonight, didn't I, Mary?
Yeah, tuck in your shirt tail and let's go home.
Oh, good night. See you Sunday.
Good night, Hamlet. Good night, Mary.
Our stars in play for next Monday night are announced very shortly by Mr. DeMille. Heard in tonight's cast were Margaret Brayton as Rita, Ted Osborne as Hermie, Ross Forrester as Bland, Gail Gordon as Morgan, Lou Merrill as Kennedy, John Fee as Sergeant, Eddie Waller as Jed, Martha Wentworth as Belinda, Joe Kearns as a prisoner, Victor Rodman as Bollister, Mary Lansing as telephone operator, Frank Nelson as Oakley, Dorothy Grewatts as Miss Cole, and Catherine Carlton as a girl. Jack Benny and Mary Livingston return to the air on the Jell-O program next Sunday night. Mr. Benny's new Paramount film is Artists and Models Abroad. Louis Silvers, our musical director, appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for the new picture, Straight, Place, and Show. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Believing with Disraeli that variety is the mother of enjoyment, we turn from the comedy of tonight's play and bring you next Monday night to more dramatic and romantic feels in presenting our adaptation of the recent hit picture, Another Dawn. This tense play carries us to Arabia, where in the heat and mystery of the desert, a handful of soldiers hold aloft their country's flag, and a beautiful girl picks up the fragments of her lost happiness. Our stars, a trio of Hollywood's most popular celebrities, Madeleine Carroll, Francho Tone, and George Brent. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeleine Carroll, Francho Tone, and George Brent in Another Dawn. This is Cecil B. DeMille, the former actor, saying good night to you from Hollywood. Has been Mel Blanc. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
When there's beer on your mind, your best thought is Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. More people like the taste of Schlitz than any other beer. That's why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America.
Welcome again to Ivy College. Autumn days filled with the excitement of the coming first snow and football, and there's a zing in the air. But to Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, president of Ivy, and his ex-actress wife, Victoria, autumn means new students, a lot of new professors, and receptions ad nauseum. As the lovely Mrs. Hall so well says,
We've had Tim, Vicky, Beck, and Tim. He was the fat one who teaches romance languages. About as romantic as Lilworth. Check.
What in the world are you talking about, Vicky?
Oh, is this one? Oh, yes. He was the one with the bushy hair who took 4 spoonfuls of sugar.
In his hair?
Oh, no, sorry. I've only tried to see if we've had every new professor and instructor to tea.
No, several of them have been here twice. Particularly Dr. Schwarzkopf in zoology, who looks like a sad bullfrog.
No, we haven't had all of them. Here's a name that isn't set. John Bentley Brooke.
No, invite the bullfrog again, Schwarzkopf. I like him. He plays chess badly.
Well, who's Bentley Brooke, dear? Have I met him?
I don't know, Vicky. He's modern English literature or some such. Doesn't matter.
Well, he's the last of the lot. Shall we have him Tuesday?
I'm busy on Tuesday.
Wednesday.
Faculty meeting on Wednesday.
Oh, that's news to me. You didn't tell me.
No, dear, I just decided.
All right, Thursday then.
I never like these receptions on Thursdays.
Well, why not?
Well, it's too close to the weekend, you know. Next day's Friday, then Saturday. It's confusing.
Certainly is. Well, what's the matter with Mr. Bentley Brooke? Don't you like him?
My dear Kurt, I don't know enough about the fellow to like or dislike him.
Well, tell me, Toddy, what does he look like?
Well, I didn't notice, really. Lots of new instructors, you know. Can't remember details about all of them.
When you engaged him, you must have noticed him.
Well, he's a young man with the regulation number of ears and eyes, etc.
Tell me a little more about the etc.
Oh, no, Vicky.
Why, Toddy, I believe you're jealous.
Jealous, my dear. I merely object to the new fad of young ladies making bird-like sounds because a person happens to be good-looking.
Yeah, you never object when they make bird-like sounds over you.
Oh, that's nonsense. I'm not wolf-face. Or whatever the male equivalent of wolf-face might be.
Oh, yes, you are. The toys on this campus coo and gurgle over you like Bobby Softface.
Well, of course they don't, Vicky. It's ridiculous. They certainly don't. Do they?
Those girls at Smith Dormitory voted you the Ivy man they'd most like to cling to.
Makes me feel like a bell tower.
Now, I thought, be serious. We must have young Bentley Brooke over. I'll keep it. I won't wear my Bobby socks.
All right, darling. Ask him whenever you like.
Fine. Tuesday?
I'm busy Tuesday.
Wednesday?
I told you, darling, faculty meeting.
Thursday?
No, it's too close to the weekend. I beg your pardon. Is this Mr. Bentley Brooke's class in modern literature?
It sure is. And wait till you see him. Is he dreamy?
Sure he must be.
Are you registering for his course, too? Not that I blame you. He'd have a full class if he taught counterfeiting. Did you ever see such a mob?
Yes, but I'm not here to take the course. I only want to ask Mr. Bentley Brooke to tea.
Ask him to tea? Oh, a new approach. Well, that's just dull enough to be sharp. I gotta try that.
All right, everybody. Sign up. Fill out those slips.
Go ahead, honey. Sign your name.
No, that's not what I came here for. I was trapped. All I wanted to do was invite him to tea and get a look at him.
Well, I've never believed that curiosity could kill a cat, but I'm beginning to think it might cause a few feline neuroses. But now that you've been trapped into taking the course, I expect you to uphold the honor of this family and be an honor student.
Oh, he doesn't know I'm the president's wife. I registered under my maiden name.
Well, you still better pay attention and learn all you can, because I'll be asking questions. What was the first lecture like?
Well, Mr. Bentley Brooke discussed the basic difference between T.S. Eliot and Nick Tennis.
Basic difference, yes.
Well, on Friday, his subject will be, if Charles Dickens were alive today, he'd probably be writing comic books.
Well, apparently, Mr. Bentley-Brooke is a regular Milton-Berle.
He gets a lot of yachts.
Yacht? Yacht? I'm not familiar with the word.
Yock, Y-O-C-K. It's a hearty laugh, a theatrical trade term. I can see how it might have escaped your attention.
Yeah. Yes, it's an interesting word. Have you any idea of its etymological derivation? Yacht. Yeah, it's possibly related to yoik, the cry of encouragement of Foxhound.
No, it's more a cry of appreciation to comedians. I'm going to learn a lot about literature in this course.
Yes, you'd better read a few books, too. You know, I disagree with that chap about Charles Dickens. I think he'd be writing daytime serials.
Oh, Toddy.
Yes. Old Dr. Manette. David Copperfield, boy. Fagin, Faces Life.
Oh, Toddy, that's wonderful.
You know, I've gotten a few yucks myself. And how about Dickens on television? Cook, LaFran, and Oliver Twist.
Oh, you're much better than Bentley Brook any day of the week.
Well, I hope you weren't completely swept off your feet by the man's look.
Oh, Charlie, not for a second. Not for a single second. He's not my type. You are.
Yes, come in. Ah, Mr. Bentley Brook, isn't it? Come in.
Thank you, Dr. Hall.
Sit down, Brook. Tell me, how is your course in modern literature progressing?
Well, very well, Doctor. I don't know when I've enjoyed teaching a course so much.
Good. You know, it's my conviction that an instructor should be like a fine chef. Spice and seasoning are, of course, invaluable to every good dish, but the basic food must also be there. The meat, the potatoes. Nobody would care much for a steaming bowl of paprika or a platter full of cinnamon.
Well, I agree with you, sir. Mustard is all very well, but the basic ham must always be there.
Yes, in my case, it always is. Now tell me, what was it you wanted to see me about?
Well, Dr. Hall, I wanted to ask you about, the rules regarding an instructor's conduct on this campus.
Oh, we don't live by any hard and fast rules here, Brooke. The regulation thing, drive on the right side of the street, honor thy father and thy mother, and don't shoot any members of the Board of Governors between September and June.
Well, I'll remember that.
But by and large, we try to live freely and fully. And that's only possible in an atmosphere of academic freedom. Too many thou shalt not, and the human brain becomes a tight little cell that is no longer an effective sending or receiving station. The soaring words of Socrates are on our bookshelves. Mr. Jefferson is there. Mr. Galileo. And a young whippersnapper named Tom Paine. But unless we take them off the bookshelves and practice what they fought for, yes, and drank the hemlock for, well, we're not scholars in the true sense of the word.
That would make a fine subject for a lecture to the student body, Dr. Hall.
It's been used, Mr. Brooke, and by me every year.
Well, the thing I wondered about is, are there any thou shalt not about an instructor falling in love with one of his students?
An instructor falling in love with one of his students. Oh, dear.
How do you feel about such a thing, Dr. Hall?
Well, there are many factors to be considered. For example, is the instructor married or single? Conversely, is the student single or married?
Well...
And then there's the all-important question, is the instructor male or female? And conversely, is the student female or male? Odd, isn't it? That with only two sexes in the world, it can get so complicated.
Well, the instructor is male and single. The student is quite female. And according to my class register, a miss.
Well, this is a problem, and not an everyday one. Usually our professors are old enough to keep on their own side of their bifocals. And the students are young enough not to attract or be attracted by wearers of bifocals.
Well, this student is quite mature. Unusually so.
Yes. Mature? Unusually. Yes, I see.
Is there any rule prohibiting the instructor asking a student for a date? For dinner, perhaps? Or a drive in the moonlight? I'd like a ruling from you, Dr. Hall. I wouldn't want to do anything that might be bad form.
Bad form, yes. Well, Mr. Brooks, since this is such a, personal matter, I'd like a time to think about it. And if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to my wife, the feminine point of view.
I haven't had the pleasure of meeting Mrs. Hall as yet, though I hear she's beautiful and charming.
Well, I must say that's a very skimpy inventory of Mrs. Hall's qualities. Well, why don't you come to tea this afternoon? You can meet Mrs. Hall, and we can all wrestle with your conscience.
I should love you, Dr. Hall.
Good. And that is the first act curtain to a no-coward comedy if I ever heard one. But to file the piece off an old saw, cowards just make consciences of us all.
When there's beer on your mind, your best thought is Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. More people like the taste of Schlitz than any other beer. That's why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America.
Several thousand years ago, a fellow named Epicurus had a theory that pleasure is the only thing in life worth pursuing. Well, it's really too bad Epicurus can't be with us today. How he would have enjoyed pursuing the pleasure in a white-capped glass of Schlitz beer. That's pleasure in its purest form. To give Schlitz its own very special taste, the taste you remember with pleasure, Schlitz beer is mellowed 3 times.
Mellowed by aging the barley till it's just right for malting. Mellowed by aging the malt till it's just right for brewing. Mellowed by aging the beer till it's just right for you.
This triple mellowing is one of the reasons why Schlitz tastes so good. No wonder it's the largest selling beer in America. To the halls of Ivy. Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall is a man who faces issues squarely. Occasionally, of course, a few of the squares have rounded edges. Vicky is taking a course in modern literature from the youngest, the best-looking instructor ever to hit Ivy. As a husband and as president of Ivy, Dr. Hall is hitting back.
Hello, darling.
Oh, Vicky, I'm glad you're home.
What's the matter?
Vicky, do you mean that I have such an unpoker face that you can read it at a glance?
Like a full house or a royal flashing heart.
I shall certainly never play poker with you. Wives invariably have more extrasensory perception than is absolutely necessary. Telepathy is only scientific jargon for a woman's basic instinct. The gypsy fortune teller is only one who has put her feminine intuition on a paying basis.
I've no talent for it, dear. All I can ever see in the bottom of a teacup is tired tea leaves.
Well, talking of tea, were you planning to have anyone in this afternoon?
Yes. I intended to have the best-looking, the wittiest, and the most charming man I know.
You invited him?
No, dear. You arrive pretty regularly without an invitation.
Oh, me? Oh, no, you. No, I thought you were talking about Mr. Bentley Brooks.
Oh, Charlie, I've decided to forget about Mr. B.B. I'm dropping out of his course. I think you're right. We can forget about asking him.
Forget? But you were the one who was so anxious to invite him.
Well, at first I thought his lectures were fascinating, but I've changed my mind. He drones. He definitely drones.
Well, he's going to drone for us this afternoon. I've invited him.
You've invited him? Whatever for?
Because we are civilized, rational people who should face issues as they arise.
What kind of issues?
Mr. Bentley Brooks is in love with one of his students.
Oh, how romantic. I wonder who it is. Now, could it be the frizzed-out blonde in the front row who crosses her legs? No, I hardly think so. It might be the intense one with the straight hair and the horn-rimmed glasses who doesn't cross her legs.
Vicky, I have every reason to believe that it is neither the frizzed-out one or the horn-rimmed one. As a matter of fact, I'll come right out and say it's a married woman.
Oh, dear. It does lead to complications.
Yes, you've no idea how complicated it is. The married woman is you.
But that's the funniest thing I ever heard. It's completely ridiculous. Yes? In love with me?
My darling.
But that's the funniest thing I ever heard. It's completely ridiculous. Yes? In love with me?
My darling, when a young man in his right mind huffs and puffs and carries on about moonlight rides, I do not diagnose it as asthma.
How do you know it's me?
He as much as told me.
What, to your face?
Well, that is where people usually tell me things. But he doesn't know that you're married. And he doesn't know that you're married to me. We're educating him to both those startling facts at tea.
Well, it's a ghastly notion. It's like the second act of a bad play.
My very words. Polite comedy. No yucks.
I'll duck out. Severe headache. You tell him. Break his heart with my blessing.
No. You stay here, Vicky. After all, you created this situation. You were just too tantalizing in his classroom.
Gosh, I wasn't tantalizing at all. I never opened my mouth.
Silent women are the most intriguing in the world, my dear. The Mona Lisa speaks volume.
Well, I was no Mona Lisa either. Come to think of it, I did speak up once. I asked if I could close the window. It was drafty in there.
You see, you tantalized him.
According to that theory, a woman is deliberately tantalizing if she speaks up or shuts up. I don't think you have a very high opinion of women.
On the contrary, Vicky, some of my best friends are women, including my wife and my mother.
Well, I don't like women at all. I like fellas.
Well, I'm not sure I approve of your use of the plural, but you're going in the right direction. You remember the old Chinese legend of how women were created?
No.
Well, when Twashti, the creator, wished to give man a helpmate, he found that he had used up all his materials creating men. So he fashioned a blend. He took the lightness of the leaf, the glance of the fawn, the gaiety of the sun's rays, the tears of the mist, the inconstancy of the wind, the timidity of the hare, and the vanity of the peacock, the harshness of the diamond, and the softness of the down on the throat of a swallow, the chill of snow, the warmth of fire, the cruelty of the tiger, the sweet flavor of honey, the chatter of the magpie, and the cooing of the turtle dove. He melted all these things together and fashioned woman. From that day forth, men have been unable to live without women and unable to live with them.
As a representative of all the delighted and insulted women of the world, I thank you. You cad.
Do you remember the last time I was jealous of you?
Oh, I certainly do. While you were courting me in London. There was that actor in our company who looked at me cross-eyed once or twice. You were furious. I don't even remember his name.
I do. It was hyphenated. Colin Mumford Jones. And from that day to this, I haven't been able to abide a hyphen in a name. You know, I remember when I discovered that he wanted to make love to you off stage as well as on. It was that afternoon when we went to visit the National Gallery.
You sulked.
No.
Amidst all those beautiful, immortal works of art, you sulked, Toddy.
Every beautiful woman in every picture frame was you, Vicky.
Oh, darling.
I was ready to do battle against all my enemies, inside and outside the frame. It was one of those rare London days. Do you remember? The sun and a clean blue sky washed by an all-night rain. We walked from your flat all the way to the National Gallery.
How do you like our National Gallery, Dr. Hall?
It's a bit drafty, I'm afraid. I feel so sorry for some of Mr. Titian's reclining women. He didn't overindulge in overcoats, you noticed. Oh.
That is quite a picture.
Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt. She looks just like you.
That's a very sweet compliment. But do you think I brood that much? And are my eyes really the color of the Nile?
The rivers of all the world do not match your eyes, O Queen of Egypt. I, the noblest Roman of them all, Julius Caesar, Rex Imperatus, tell you this. There is a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune, and you are my fortune, Cleopatra. But what is that Marcus Antonius doing? Looking at you, cross-eyed. Marcus Antonius. Now, there's a hyphenated name if I ever heard one.
Let's move on to the next picture, Mrs. Caesar.
It too, Vicky. Look here. Isn't she lovely?
Anne Boleyn.
Yes, Anne Boleyn, once Queen of England. The beloved, though temporary, wife of King Henry VIII.
I suppose she looks like me, too.
She lives in you. The fire, the magic.
Well, you're not fat enough to be Henry VIII.
To the headsman, woman, for you have betrayed me. Whilst I was busy signing documents with Cardinal Wolsey, eating a bare 10 or 12 meals a day, you were philandering with Lord Rensselaer Twichell. Rensselaer Twichell. Now, there's another hyphenated name.
There's someone at the door, Toddy.
From the National Gallery? Now, that's ridiculous, now, dear. How could there? Oh, yes, the door. Yes, it must be our guest.
Where were you, Toddy? What were you daydreaming about?
Oh, I was sulking in the National Gallery.
And now you've framed me again. Well, go on to the door. I'll set the tea things up in a perfect isosceles triangle.
All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Hall.
Oh, come in, Brooke. No, it's Bentley, Brooke, isn't it? Yes, with a hyphen.
Well, I hope I'm not too early.
No. The triangle is all set, and I mean the tea things are all set.
It's so kind of you to take an interest in my problems. What? Miss Cromwell.
May I present my wife, Miss Cromwell, to you, Mrs. Hall to me.
Hello.
Well, this is a surprise.
Yes, we thought you'd be surprised.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you, Miss Cromwell.
Mrs. Hall.
Well, I've known her in my classroom, and it seems a little strange. Suddenly, she's the president's wife.
But, of course, it didn't happen quite as suddenly as you might think. Now, we are all intelligent people, so I think we should come right to the point.
Well, it's very kind of you, Dr. Hall, to concern yourself with my personal problem.
But if it doesn't concern me, I'd like to know whom it does concern.
Well, not every college president would be so considerate.
Well, my dear sir, not every college president has a wife like mine.
I'm sure college life would be more wonderful if they did.
Oh, why, Mr. Brooke, what a nice compliment.
Now, stop tantalizing, Vicky.
The coincidence of your wife's being in my class makes this a little easier. Because, you see, she knows the young lady.
Oh, yes, I'm sure she... I beg your pardon.
She knows the young lady. It's Louise. Miss Turner. You know, the blonde one in the front row who always crosses her... The blonde one in the front row.
The blonde one.
Oh, the frizzed-out blonde, eh?
You know her too, Dr. Hall? No. Well, then, I think you should meet her. Would you like to?
Well, it'd be one of the great pleasures of my life.
Well, she's right out in the car.
In the car?
You see, after class today, well, this is the most amazing coincidence. She came up and invited me to tea. I told her I already had one invitation, but she promised to wait. I don't mind 2 teas in one day at all.
Yes, I shouldn't wonder.
You don't think it's presumptuous of me to bring her along?
Oh, by no means. And don't keep her waiting in the car. Have her come in.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Miss Turner. Louise, won't you come in?
You said it.
Well, Vicky, don't look so heartbroken.
I've lost my touch. I'm no longer Cleopatra.
Oh, lost your touch, my eyebrow. Why, I would have fallen in love with you no matter how much competition your husband was. Man has no taste. Makes me furious.
Here she is. Dr. and Mrs. Hall, may I present Miss Louise Turner.
Hello, honey. Jeepers, you're Mrs. Hall.
You can still call me honey.
But, Professor, she's the one who gave me the advice about asking you to tea. I didn't know exactly what you'd do at a tea, but I went ahead and asked him, and, well, it worked.
Very fresh personality, don't you think?
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes. Won't you come in?
Well, we really should be running along. One thing, Dr. Hall, you haven't said yet whether this is protocol, whether it's all right.
I hereby make a new college rule. All professors may fall in love with all students, be it spring or fall, be it the season of the nesting of the birds or the rising of the sap.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Hall.
One slight amendment. Both professor and student should preferably be single.
Well, then it's all right. Goodbye, Dr. Hall. Goodbye, Mrs. Hall. You've been most kind.
Imagine getting a peek inside the powerhouse, and I've only been here 3 weeks. By the time I'm a senior, I ought to be rooming here.
Yes. Well, we're off. Where would you like to go, Miss Turner?
Well, to tea, I guess.
Take her to the art gallery. Show her Cleopatra and Anne Boleyn.
Oh, that's a good suggestion. Goodbye.
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 Goodbye. Well, I don't understand it. Why is it that brilliant, apparently erudite men invariably fall for frizzy blondes with giggles?
But, darling, you're brilliant. You're erudite. Oh, dear. I'll have to practice.
Would you like to go to tea, Dr. Hall?
Oh, to heck with the tea. Throw it out. Get me a bottle of beer.
When there's beer on your mind, your best thought is Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. More people like the taste of Schlitz than any other beer. That's why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America.
And now here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everybody.
We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Sandra Gould, Ken Peters, Helen Crutchfield, and Mari Alden. Tonight's script was written by Lawrence and Lee and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and tonight presented transcribed by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Now, enjoy The Great Gildersleeve. Then it's Groucho Marx on NBC.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Luster Cream Shampoo. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, Bea Benaderet, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing his RCA Victor recording of Clancy Lowered the Boom.
Now Clancy was a peaceful man, if you know what I mean. The cops picked up the pieces after Clancy left the scene. He never looked for trouble, that's a fact you can assume. But nevertheless, when trouble would press, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. O'Leary was the fighting man, they all knew he was tough. He strutted round the neighborhood, shooting off his guff. He picked a fight with Clancy, then and there he sealed his doom. Before you could shout, O'Leary, look out! Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, Clancy left the barber shop with tonic on his hair. He walked into the pool room and he met O'Reilly there. O'Reilly said, for goodness sake, now do I smell perfume? Before you could stack your cue in the rack, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. The neighbors all turned out for Kate O'Grady's wedding night. McDougal said, let's have some fun, I think I'll start a fight. He wrecked the hall, then kissed the bride and pulverized the groom. Then quick as a wink, before you could think, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. I tell you, it was the grandest sight you ever did see when Clancy lowered the boom.
And now, here is a very important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away $67,000, a grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life. And that's not all. There are thousands of prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest. 1949 Ford sedans, Westinghouse laundromats, Fromm silver fox scarves, Toastmaster toasters. Yes, 2,336 prizes in all. And it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Di-da, 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 di-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or get an official entry blank from your dealer which gives you the easy rules. Include your own and dealer's name and address and mail with the black bands from one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive soap to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. And now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Di-da, 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 di-da.
Mail your entry blank with the black bands from Palmolive soap to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. Enter early, enter often. Well, when Mr. Anderson was called out of town suddenly on business yesterday, his wife was heard to remark that now she and her daughter Mildred would be alone without a man in the house. And what puzzled our young hero Dennis Day is that she was looking right at him when she said it. But Mrs. Anderson could have been mistaken, for our hero has stepped into the breach completely, shouldering her husband's duties and responsibilities perfectly. Indeed, he's become the man of the Anderson household. If you don't believe it, just listen.
Dennis Day, will you please get through scrubbing that floor?
Yes, Poopsie.
And stop calling me Poopsie.
Very well, passion fruit.
Dennis, I'm warning you.
Gee, Mrs. Anderson, I'm only trying to keep you from missing your husband.
Well, you're not succeeding. Now let the rest of that floor go till later. I'm trying to work out the household budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Not that I ever will, with more going out every week than there is coming in. I tell you, trying to run a house with prices what they are, have you any idea what it's like to be a woman these days?
Oh, no, ma'am, and according to my birth certificate, I imagine I'll always be in the dark.
Well, it's awful. I swear I don't know how I'm going to make ends meet. Especially when I have a boarder who's exactly 3 months behind in his room rent.
Oh, you've been keeping track too, huh?
I have. And you ought to be ashamed of yourself. After the way I coddled you and catered to you. Didn't I spend practically all last Tuesday just shopping for a pillow for your bed?
Well, yes, ma'am, and sleeping on a pillow is fine, but it's really no substitute for a mattress.
You've got a mattress, and you know it.
Oh, sure. I know it's a mattress, and you know it's a mattress, but my stupid back thinks it's a marble slab.
The nerve of you complaining. Nobody could be nicer to you than I am. And what thanks do I get?
Gee, I'm sorry, Mrs. Anderson. If they're really bad, well, maybe you could rent my room to someone else.
Someone else? But where would you sleep?
I can sleep down in the cellar.
You actually mean that? You wouldn't object to leaving your room and sleeping in the cellar?
No, ma'am. If it means some extra money for you, I don't mind being a little more comfortable.
Dennis, you're an angel to make this sacrifice. I'll run right down to the newspaper office and put an ad in this afternoon's paper. You're positive now that you won't mind sleeping in the cellar?
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm already looking forward to that nice soft cement.
You mean you actually persuaded Mother to let you leave your room and sleep in the cellar?
Sure. Gosh, if she's in financial trouble, Mildred.
Well, but are you sure you want another boarder in the house?
Huh?
Well, suppose he turns out to be tall and handsome, and very charming and intelligent and attractive to women.
Gee, I never thought of that. Imagine if two of us under the same roof.
Dennis, what's the matter with you? Don't you understand what I'm saying or why I'm saying it? Where's the green-eyed monster?
She went downtown to the newspaper office.
Not Mother. Dennis, you just take me for granted. I am a little attractive, you know, and...
Oh, so that's what you mean. But, gosh, Mildred, you wouldn't look at another man, would you, huh? Would you, huh?
Why should I tell you that? My goodness, a girl like...
Wonderful news, children. I've got a boarder for Dennis's room. $8 a week and the nicest boy.
Boy? Oh, my gosh, what's he look like?
Well, he's about 23, very good-looking, and a graduate of Harvard University.
The criminal type. He's got to go.
What?
He's a criminal, I tell you. I saw his picture in the post office. He's wanted for wife beating.
What are you talking about? He isn't married.
That's even worse. Beating a wife he's not even married to. Get rid of him.
Oh, stop that nonsense. Mildred, he'll be here any minute, and I've got to run down to the corner to pick up some things. So if he arrives before I get back, show him the room.
All right, Mother.
I'll see you later.
Mildred. I love you, girl. Mad for you. Mad. Do you hear? Mad.
What?
Take me in your big, strong arms. Squeeze me till I'm just a sodden mass of limp passion.
My, why this abrupt change all of a sudden?
I don't know. Living in the cellar, perhaps. Maybe the change of altitude has given me the bend.
It couldn't possibly be the new boarder, could it? This handsome new boarder?
Well, gosh, if he's really so good-looking and only 23 and everything...
Oh, you're cute. But you don't really have to be upset, Dennis.
No?
No, you know I only have eyes for you.
Yeah, but it's the rest of you I'm worried about.
Don't be silly. But maybe it is time you worried about me a little. You've been taking me for...
Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
How do you do? I understand you have a room for rent.
Well, yes, sir. We did have one, but it's already Wait a minute. How old are you?
Huh? Oh, I'm 41.
Gee, that's wonderful. You've got 1 foot practically in the grave.
I'm not sure I understand that, but I'm very anxious to live in your neighborhood. I'm prepared to pay $25 a week for that room.
$25 a week?
Well, 30 if necessary, and I...
30? Mister, you've got yourself a room. Come over in about an hour and it'll be all set for you.
Really? Well, my gracious. Thank you, young man. Goodbye.
Dennis, what have you done?
Wow, didn't you hear? I just rented him the room.
But Mother's already rented it.
I know, but this is an old man, Mildred. Girls to him are just people who don't shave.
I know that, and I realize $30 is a lot of money, but... Oh, my golly. I bet that's Mother's boarder. What'll we tell him? He'll insist on keeping the room.
Oh, no, he won't. We'll get him to turn it down. You just follow my lead, that's all. And don't you worry. Come in.
How do you do? My name is Clifford. I spoke to Mrs. Anderson about a room.
Oh, yes. Day is my name. Bring him back alive, Day. You know, the lion tamer.
The lion tamer?
Oh, sure. This is a boarding house for circus people. Didn't Mrs. Anderson tell you?
Why, no.
Oh, sure. Meet little Fifi here, our snake charmer. Hiss hello to Mr. Clifford, Fifi.
Hello. Well, shall we show Mr. Clifford to his room?
Yeah, I guess they've cleaned up the blood by now.
The blood?
Well, you see, Roscoe, one of my lions, got into your room the other night while the last boarder was sleeping there.
It was rather messy.
Yeah, Roscoe's a pretty young lion. Just a baby, in fact, and you know what sloppy eaters they are.
You mean this lion...
Uh-huh.
Yes. That's why I like my snakes. Remember the boarder before last, Mr. Day?
Oh, sure. It's much needed when a boa constrictor swallows them whole.
Oh, no.
Sure. Say, I hope you won't mind sharing the room for a day or two with Hugo. I'm breaking in a new act.
Hugo? Who's he?
My vampire bat. And you'll get along with him, though. Just keep him well fed, that's all.
What do you mean, well fed?
Oh, it's no problem. When you go to sleep, just leave your collar open.
Good heavens, I'm getting out of here. Goodbye.
Gee, what do you know? It worked.
Yes. Oh, Dennis, you were wonderful. Mother will be so proud of you.
Yeah, I guess she will.
What happened in here? Why did Mr. Clifford just rush past me screaming something about snakes and lions? What did you just say to him?
Does it matter, Mother? The good news is he isn't taking the room.
Isn't taking the room? That's good news.
Sure. You see, I've rented it to someone else.
What? I like your nerve. Whoever he is, he can't have it.
But he's a very nice man, Mrs. Anderson.
What do I care?
He has a charming personality.
Personality or not, he doesn't get the room.
And he'll pay you $30 a week.
How soon does he move in?
He'll be here in an hour. Ain't I a darling?
Oh, Dennis, you are.
We'll continue our day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing You Call Everybody Darling.
You call everybody darling, and everybody calls you darling too. You don't mean what you're saying, it's just a game you're playing. But you'll find someone else can play the game as well as you. If you call everybody darling, then love won't come a-knocking at your door. And as the years go by, you'll sit and wonder why nobody calls you darling anymore. If you call everybody darling, then love won't come a-knocking at your door. And as the years go by, you'll sit and wonder why nobody calls you darling anymore.
Well, Dennis finally made a big hit with Mrs. Anderson. He got rid of the man she rented his room to and rented it to someone else for a good deal more money. Mrs. Anderson is out shopping for additional furnishings now as Dennis opens the door to greet the new tenant, a very distinguished-looking gentleman, complete with cane and spats.
Oh, how do you do, sir? Welcome to Anderson Manor.
Oh, thank you. I spoke to you on the phone, I believe. My name is Franklin. Ben Franklin.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Franklin. Your quarters are right upstairs, if I may lead the way.
Oh, thank you. You're very kind.
Oh, I hope you like your room. There are several very nice features to it, which I will make up as we go along.
Well, I assure you I'm not hard to please and deceiving.
Good, because if you wanted something fancy like windows, we'd be in trouble. Now, there we are.
Well, how cozy.
Yeah, and notice you'll never have to sweep under the bed. The mattress is right on the floor.
Yes, simply delightful. I know I'll be very happy.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Franklin.
Edison, Thomas Edison.
Edison? But I thought...
Now, I suppose you'd like a little money in advance. Now, tell me, would $50,000 be satisfactory? Why not, no?
Really, Mr. Edison,
Edison? Oh, Columbus is the name, Christopher Columbus. By George, that reminds me, I nearly forgot. I'll need 3 smaller rooms, too, for the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
Now, look here, Mr. Columbus.
Why, you're shaking, lad. Are you cold?
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, I have just the thing for you in my grip. You see that black bag over there? Bring it over and open it.
I'd rather not, sir. There may be someone in it, I know.
But an operation is your only chance, dear boy. Oh, you see that, don't you?
An operation?
Oh, it's vital. I'm certain it's the only way we can save the patient, Dr. Mayo.
Oh, You're right. I'll go get the ether.
Good. I'll be under it when you get back. Oh, and when you return, Dr. Mayo...
Yes, sir?
Bring your sister Virginia with you, huh?
Dennis, are you really sure? Beyond any doubt?
Positive. All the time I was in the room, he was going... with his fingers.
Well, still, that doesn't exactly prove anything.
On my lips?
Oh, my golly, you're right. We better call the police immediately.
Oh, no. And have your mother find out I rented the room to a lunatic? I'm going to get rid of him myself.
But how?
I'm going to pretend I'm as goofy as he is, and then maybe he'll have confidence in me, and I can get him out of the house.
Oh, gee, I sure hope it works. Well, good luck, Dennis.
Boy, do I need it.
Yes, who is it?
President Truman.
Come in, Mr. President. Just a minute. You don't look like President Truman.
Shh. I'm in disguise. A lot of Southerners around.
Oh. Yes, I see. Well, to what do I owe this great honor, Mr. President?
We need you in Washington, sir. Immediately.
Really? Well, who'd have thought it with so many of us already there?
It's a matter of utmost importance. Remember that little talk we had in the White House last June about the canal?
Oh, I'll never forget it. What canal?
Why, the one from Florida to California to permit a free exchange of orange juice.
Oh! Yes, that's right. It needs digging, does it? Very well, Ben Franklin is at your service, sir. It's off to Washington. My kite can wait.
Good boy. Come on, let's go. We gotta hurry. The plane is waiting at the... Oh, my gosh. Mrs. Anderson.
Well, this must be our new boarder. How do you do, sir?
Oh, and this must be my landlady. Madame, I am charmed beyond words. Your beauty is as breathtaking as it is unexpected.
Oh, my, really?
Oh, you are exquisite, madame.
Well, Dennis, if he doesn't like your room, you might show him Mr. Anderson.
There isn't time now, Mrs. Anderson. We got to get out of here. We got a big deal on it.
No, my son. I'm afraid it will have to wait. The artist in me is stronger than the engineer. I simply must paint this lovely creature at once.
Paint me? Oh, how thrilling. You're a painter, Mr.
Da Vinci, Leonardo da Vinci.
And you want to paint me, Mr. da Vinci?
Look, Lenny, we got to get out of here.
No. I must put this golden girl on canvas immediately. Oh, that hair, the shape of that face. A perfect Helen of Troy.
Oh, my goodness.
But, Mr. da Vinci...
I'll go get my palette and brushes, my dear. Now, you fetch a white tablecloth to wrap about you. It will make a lovely toga. Quickly now, while I'm in the mood.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll be right back.
But there isn't time. We got to...
Don't argue, Harry. My mind is made up.
Oh, my gosh.
Dennis, what's wrong? Hasn't he gone?
No, and your mother's back, and there's no telling what'll happen. Quick, run down to the corner and bring back a policeman. Hurry.
Oh, my golly. Okay.
Oh, isn't this thrilling, Dennis?
Mrs. Anderson.
Do I really look like Helen of Troy in this tablecloth?
Mrs. Anderson, listen. This guy is a...
There you are, my dear, and all ready. Oh, you look magnificent. Now, let's see. Suppose we select a pose.
How's this?
No, not quite right. Could you bend one knee just slightly?
Like this?
Good. Now the other knee too, a little.
So?
Excellent. Now could you remove your head and place it between them?
I must have misunderstood you. Did you just...
Oh, my gracious, look. There's a young lady running across the lawn accompanied by a gentleman in blue. Now, I wonder who that could be.
Why, it's Mildred and a policeman.
Oh, thank goodness.
Dear. I fear President Truman has betrayed me. He must have learned that I'm really Tom Dewey.
What?
All right, now, where's the Luna? Uh-oh. What are you doing dressed up in that tablecloth, lady?
For your information, my good man, I'm Helen of Troy.
I see. Okay, let's take a walk, Helen.
That's my mother.
Sure, she's all right.
Yeah? Who are you?
He says he's President Truman.
Did you say that?
Yeah, but I was...
Two of them, huh? Okay, you can both come along.
No, wait. This is the man right here. He says his name is Leonardo da Vinci.
So what? Being a foreigner is no crime. Come on, Helen. Harry, let's move.
Now, look here. Oh, officer, you're making a mistake. If you'd only let me explain. Mother wanted Dennis to sleep in the cellar, so we frightened the other man away with the snakes and the lions in his bed and rented the room to Benjamin Franklin. Don't you see?
Yep. Get in line, sister. All right, the three of you. Let's go.
No,
please,
wait.
Stop pushing.
Well, goodbye, friends. Nice meeting you all. And don't take it too hard, Harry. Just look at the trouble Henry's having.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Maybe You'll Be There. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, you can see this come true. Revealed by a luster cream shampoo. You'll see your hair lovelier, your wave or curls softer, more glamorous, easy to do quickly. Even in hardest water, luster cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, easier to manage, brilliant with sheen. Don't wait. Tonight, use luster cream shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty, magical cream. Discover why it's by far the top favorite cream shampoo. Get the big jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, you can be a...
Dream girl, you owe your to a luster cream shampoo.
Now, here is Dennis with George Dooning and the orchestra.
Well, gee whiz.
Judy, what are you doing here?
Well, Dennis, my program starts on the air again next week, and I'll be on right ahead of your program.
That's right, Judy. Gee, this sure is a small world. Your sponsor is my sponsor, and your program and my program will be the Colgate Saturday Night 1 Hour of Fun.
Golly, Dennis, just think. You and me are both in the same family.
Gosh, does my mother know about this? Although I wouldn't mind having you for a sister, Judy. You're pretty.
Oh, shucks, you're just saying that.
No, I'm not.
Huh?
No, I'm not.
Well, somebody just said it.
Judy, I got to sing now, but don't forget, starting next Saturday night, I'll be following you.
Yeah, just whistle, and if I don't stop, it ain't me.
Thanks a lot, Judy. So long.
Now, with George Dooning and the the orchestra, here is Dennis to sing Maybe You'll Be There.
Each night I see a crowd of people. Just like a fool I stop and stare. It's really not the proper thing to do, but maybe you'll be there. I go out walking after midnight along the lonely thoroughfare. It's not the time or place to look for you, but maybe you'll be there. You said your arms would always hold me. You said your lips were mine alone to kiss. Now after all those things you told me, how can it end like this? Someday if all my prayers are answered, I'll hear a footstep on the stair. With anxious heart, I'll hurry to the door. And maybe you'll be
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Dentists know what cleans teeth best, and over 4,000 dentists say Colgate tooth powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So, to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes morning and night with Colgate tooth powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how quickly this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate tooth powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Buy Colgate tooth powder today. Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun. Hilarious Judy Canova, followed immediately by Dennis Day. 2 great comedy programs next Saturday evening over this same station. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kirk, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Earl Ross, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
A cloak of gloom shrouds the nation tonight as men with heavy hearts sit down to the task of making out their income tax. High and low, they search for possible deductions to lessen the burden of payment. In New York, Bill Lenahan, short story writer, says,
Well, I certainly use this typewriter a lot. I'll deduct for a new typewriter.
And in Los Angeles, Tom Bassett, prominent butcher, says,
Well, I've certainly used this scale a lot. I'll deduct for new scale.
And in the little town where Mel Blanc lives, Mel Blanc, fix-it shop proprietor, says,
Well, I've certainly used this chair a lot. I'll deduct for a new pair of pants.
After a while, Mel's girlfriend, Betty Colby, came into the fix-it shop and after watching Mel work on his tax form a while, said,
Mel, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Of course, Betty. You just follow the instructions. You get together everything you made the past year, all your salary.
Well, then what?
You put it in an envelope and send it to the government.
That's all?
Well, that's the first quarter. You do that for 3 more quarters, and then you wait.
For what?
For a letter saying you haven't sent enough. Gosh, how am I going to raise enough money to pay my income tax?
Oh, just think, Mel, if we were married, how well off you'd be. You could claim me as a deduction. And if we had 2 or 3 children, you wouldn't have to pay anything at all.
Betty, please. I've only got 4 days. There isn't time for that.
Well, you've been working on your income tax for 2 days. Just how much do you owe the government?
$7. Oh, here comes Professor Pochnik, the piano teacher. Maybe I can borrow it from him.
Hello, Betty. Hello, Mel.
Hello, Professor.
What's the matter, Professor? You sound angry.
Oh, I just got through giving your neighbor, little Michael, his piano lesson. He is playing on a beautiful Steinway, but when he plays it, it sounds like a Frankensteinway.
Do you get much money from your pupils, Professor?
Money? Who needs money? I give the grocer's little boy lessons, I take it out in groceries. I give the barber's little girl lessons, I take it out in haircuts. I give lessons to the undertaker's little boy.
Yeah?
Let him owe me the money. Besides, Mel, money isn't everything. The main thing in life is to have friends. Believe me, that's all that counts. Just have friends. Of course, if your friends have money, that's even better.
And I suppose it's no use to ask you to loan me some money for my income tax.
You could practice on me, but it's no use. Believe me, Mel, I would give you the shirt off my back, but I am so broke I'm wearing my shorts high up.
Gosh, I've got to get that money some way.
Oh, hello, everybody.
Hello,
Mr. Colby.
Well, Mel, what are you looking so unhappy about?
Oh, I haven't got the money to pay my income tax, Mr. Colby.
Oh, that's too bad. They may even send you to jail. You might even get 10 years.
Don't take it so hard, Mr. Colby.
Father, there was a notice about delinquent tax returns.
Oh, that's too bad.
It came to you.
What are we laughing about? If I don't pay this tax, I'm in serious trouble.
Well, maybe I can help you, Mel. I brought these 2 modern paintings down to be cleaned. This one's called Man Leaving Hospital. Very valuable. This one here, Lady in the Balcony, is worthless. If you sell it, you can keep half the money.
Sell it and I can keep half the money?
Oh, take it, Mel. That's almost 50%.
Okay, Mr. Colby.
Then it's a deal. Remember, don't sell the valuable one. Well, come on, Betty. I need some help at the supermarket. So long, Mel.
Bye, Betty. Thanks for your help, Mr. Colby. Bye. Gosh, Professor, Mr. Colby sure is nice letting me sell this painting.
I don't know. Lady in the Balcony. Who's going to buy it? Dr. IQ?
Well, I sure could use some money. Uh-oh, here comes Banker Grimes. Say, let's try to sell it to him. Oh, hello, Banker Grimes.
Hello, Mel.
Banker Grimes, you know Professor Pochnik, don't you?
How do you do, Professor?
Mr. Grimes, you came just in time to see me buy this beautiful painting from Mel Blanc.
Well, I'm quite an art connoisseur myself. Let me see it.
What a bargain. An oil painting for $20.
Oh, it's so dusty, it's hard to see it. Are you sure it's oil?
Genuine Kentone.
Yeah, 3 coats.
Well, I'll take it with me, Mel.
Just a second. It looks pretty good to me. You don't mind, Mel? I'd like to make a bid on it. $25.
Sold.
30.
Professor Pochnik.
Leave it to me. I said 30.
Well, I'll say 35.
40.
45.
50.
Let him have it.
Sold for 45. Take it, Banker Grimes.
Well, is it all right with you, Professor Pachnik?
Why, sure, Banker Grimes. For 10 years I've been waiting to give it to you. Now you got it. Here's the painting.
Here's the money, Mel. Thank you. And goodbye.
Oh, that's the first time anybody ever put something over on Banker Grimes.
Well, I'll start to clean this painting. Gosh, sure dirty. Professor.
Huh?
What was the name of the worthless painting we were supposed to sell?
Lady in the balcony. Why?
I got news for us. The lady is still in the balcony.
I guess she's seeing the picture twice. You mean I gave him the valuable painting, Man Leaving for Hospital?
Yes, Man Leaving the Hospital. And when Colby finds out, you know what'll happen to me?
What?
Man Entering Hospital.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now the sportsman, Victor Miller, and the orchestra take us south of the border to Managua, Nicaragua.
Babaloo, Babaloo, pack your grip, take a trip down that South America way. 'Cause Managua, Nicaragua is a beautiful town. You buy a hacienda for a few pesos down. You give it to the lady you were trying to win, but her papa doesn't let you come in.
Managua, Nicaragua is a heavenly place.
Yeah.
You ask a senorita for a little embrace. Mm-hmm. She answers you, caramba, strumba, bambarito.
In Managua, Nicaragua, that's no. I have been to many tropic ports. I might include even Brooklyn. If you're ever feeling out of sorts, I'd like to recommend a look in Managua, Nicaragua. What a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and the temperature hot. So take a trip and on a ship go sailing away across the Agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Ole! Managua, Nicaragua, oh, it's really the top.
You buy a big sombrero in the neighborhood shop.
And then the girls will follow you like in a parade. That's because they want to walk in the shade. Managua, Nicaragua, what a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and the temperature hot.
So take a trip and on the ship go flying away
across the Agua to Nicaragua. Managua, Nicaragua.
Now back to Mel Blanc. Mr. Colby left 2 paintings at Mel's Fix-It shop to be cleaned and told Mel he could make himself some money by selling the worthless one. However, by shrewd maneuvering, Mel managed to get the whole thing balled up and sold the valuable one to Banker Grimes. Now, while wondering how he's going to get it back, more trouble enters Mel's shop in the person of Hartley Benson, the town Beau Brummel.
Hello, Hartley. What do you hear?
The usual thing, Mel, boy. Hartley, you're wonderful. Hartley, you're adorable.
In
fact, Mel, I'm so handsome, I'm holding myself for ransom.
Please, Hartley, cut it out. I'm having so much trouble, it's like a nightmare.
Well, speaking of that, I had the most wonderful dream last night. I dreamt I was on a romantic tropical desert island. Palm trees swaying and soft moonlight breezes caressing the warm sand. Oh, what a dream.
Yes, go on. Who was with you?
Just me. Could you ask for anything more?
Gosh, Hartley, how can one man love himself so much?
Frankly, Mel, the job is getting to be too big for me. So I'm putting on more women.
You must think every woman is crazy about you.
Well, form your own conclusion, Mel. But last year, 50,000 women sent away to McCall's for a life-size patron of me.
Now, listen here, Hartley.
And furthermore, Mr. Colby told me to tell you that if you don't get his valuable painting back by tonight, he'll break every bone in your body. And that rearrangement will certainly be an...
Oh, get out.
So long, Mel. Nice seeing me.
What a character. Trained seal. Sounds like he can't get his motor started. There he goes. Probably got a date with a girl. Nah, he's going to have a better time going out with himself. If I don't get that painting back, why, he'll have even a better time than that. He'll be going to my funeral. Oh, it's my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga. Well, mighty potentate, how's every old thing?
Mel, if you mean my wife, she's fine. Got a new thing now. Goes to bed with a mud pack on her face. Tell you, Mel, it's like sleeping next to a swamp. All night long, I jump up yelling, Chloe! But it's no use. Spike Jones has Chloe, and I'm stuck with Schmoey.
She looks funny, huh?
The other night, she poked up her nose through that mud. You know, I could have sworn it was a gopher. Then she leaned over and kissed me. You know something, Mel?
What?
I wish it were a gopher. Last night at 3 a.m., she woke me up, and she said, I hear burglars downstairs. Do something. They may come up here and kidnap me.
Gosh, what did you do?
I never slept so well in all my life. As a matter of fact, I slept so late, my wife had to make her own breakfast. First time our milkman ever got a look at her.
Really?
Yeah. Now we have to buy our own cow.
Well, mighty potentate, are you still doing the housework? Don't you have any help?
Well, I tell you, Mel, my wife did hire a butler last week. All day long she kept shouting, John, do this, John, do that, John, do this. Tell you, couldn't stand it.
Why?
I'm John. But I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
You don't like your wife very much, do you, mighty potentate?
Well, last night she forgot to put the telephone receiver back on the hook. So she said, oh, John, will you hang me up? Gad, what a temptation.
You think you've got troubles, mighty potentate. I've got to get back a valuable painting of Mr. Colbys that I sold to Banker Grimes by mistake.
Well, why don't you and Mr. Colby go over to Banker Grimes' house, you pretend you're a Viennese art critic, and tell him the painting's terrible.
and that way get it back.
Say, that's a great idea.
Well, good luck, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Oh, where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see The Yearling, or I can go home and see the moose I married. Go on, Mel.
Well, I had to listen to all his troubles, but at least he gave me a good idea. Now to get dressed up like an art critic. First, I better send Zuki over to tell Mr. Colby about this. Hey, Zuki! Zuki!
Well, Zuki, it sounds like Mel had a very good idea. What do you think?
Oh, I think it's great. It's great. I think it's great. It's sensational. You can't meet me. What's he going to do?
Oh, it's all right, Zuki. I know. Oh, and I better get down to Banker Grimes' house and meet Mel. So long, Zuki.
So long, Mr. They'll both get killed tonight.
Well, it's certainly very nice of you, Mr. Colby, to have such a famous art critic go out of his way to come to my house.
Oh, believe me, Banker Grimes, it cost me it's nothing at all. Oh, that must be him now.
Good evening, Mr. Colby.
Good evening. Oh, Mr. Grimes, I want you to meet,
Dr. Otto von Otto.
Otto von Otto? That's a peculiar name. It's the same backwards and forwards.
Yeah, my family comes from a long line of Studebakers. How do you do, Banker Grimes? I am the greatest art critic in all Vienna. If you'll pardon me for blowing Otto's horn.
Come right in, Dr. Otto.
Oh, please, call me by my first name.
Come right in, Otto.
Thank you.
How are things in Vienna?
Oh, how I miss Vienna. The Eiffel Tower.
Eiffel Tower? The Eiffel Tower's in Paris.
The Kremlin.
Kremlin's in Moscow.
There is Eastern Colombia. Oh, how I miss Vienna.
Dr. Otto, don't you think you should look at some of Banker Grimes' valuable paintings?
No, we got plenty of time.
Here's one of a 16th century knight lying on the battlefield with every bone broken in his body.
Let's look at the paintings. Yeah, right now. You know, Banker Grimes, in Vienna, when I am judging a painting, if it's fair, I give it 1 brush stroke. If it's good, I give 2. Better, 3 strokes. Excellent, 4 strokes.
Well, here's the painting I bought today. What do you think of it?
20 lashes. However, I happen to have a calendar, and I need a picture for it, so I give you $1 for it.
What? Well, I don't know. First, I'd like to get the opinion of another art critic. I've invited him over, and he should be here any minute.
How I am missing Vienna again. I think I...
Just a moment. That must be the critic now. Dr. Von Otto, I want you to meet the superintendent of the Centerville Art Museum.
It is a great pleasure to meet with you.
It is a great pleasure to meet with you, Herr Dr. Von Otto.
It is? By the way, what is your name? Überhalter, ist das nicht ein Schnitzelbank? Ist das nicht ein Schnitzelbank?
Ja, das ist ein Schnitzelbank. Schnitzelbank, Schnitzelbank. What's the trouble?
Doctor, ist das nicht? I would like you to look at this painting that I bought today.
Just a second. Why should he look at it?
I want to compare his judgment with yours. After all, he is the superintendent of an art museum.
I refuse to be compared with a janitor.
A janitor? But there's something wrong here. Herr Dr. von Otto, I studied at the Art Academy of Pilsenburg. Where was you studying? Maybe in NYU?
And why not? As a matter of fact, I studied in UCLA.
Oh, that's an American college. The University of California in Los Angeles.
No, it isn't. It's, Uniklick-Locken-Acken... Vienna.
Uniklick-Locken-Acken... That's a lie. There is no such place. I can't even pronounce it.
It's a sense. All you got to do is... all you got to do...
Well,
so long, Mr. Colby. Vienna is calling.
Oh, you nincompoop. I'm going to break every union bricken in your rock and block.
Gosh, Betty, I sure made a mess of things today.
Well, Mel, I'm sure Father will be able to talk Banker Grimes into returning the painting, but how are you going to pay your income tax?
Well, I've got 4 days more to get my money, and if I don't, I'll just follow the instructions on this treasury form.
On the Treasury form?
Yeah, look what it says. Return this income tax blank.
This is Bud Heaston reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
It isn't Evelyn and her magic violin, Kitty. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guest Gregory Randolph, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And if you ever want to have me paid, my name is Kenny Delmar. Tonight we bring you the Man of the Year for 1929, a bad year. And here he is, Fred Allen. You know, everybody from Missouri is coming to Washington. Covered wagons are leaving Kansas City on the half hour. Well, who's left in Missouri, Fred? Well, nobody, Kenny. Next year, Missouri isn't going to bother electing a governor. They're just going to hire a caretaker to walk through the state with a lantern one night a week, I hear. Our friends in Allen's Alley will be nickeled to death to see us tonight.
Have you a question?
Wait a minute. Let me read that again. Our friends will be nickeled to death. No, it's the line. I thought it was my reading. Joe Portland. We'd be better off just showing up with some blank paper here. And so our question tonight is, how do you feel about Mayor LaGuardia's return to private life?
Shall we go?
As the man said when he saw the lighted cigarette on the floor, let's step on it. Gosh, Portland, it's good to be back in Allen's Alley. Well, let's see what Titus Moody is up to tonight. Howdy, Bob. Say, Mr. Moody, you look shorter tonight.
First time I ever wore a union suit and stockings.
Well, what makes you look shorter?
Just trying to keep up my stockings.
Your stockings?
Yeah. There's a little door hangs down on the back of the union suit. And when I button that door onto my stockings,
yes,
it pulls me down 6 inches.
It'll do it every time. Well, Mr. Moody, what do you think about Mayor LaGuardia leaving office?
Why, he's been a good mayor, what there is of him.
Well, what kind of work do you think he should go in for?
He'd be a good man on a farm, Bub.
Well, how do you mean?
He's the only man I know that can milk a cow standing up.
Tell me, Mr. Moody, do you think the mayor is sorry to go?
Oh, I know just how he feels, Bud.
You do, huh?
Yeah, I used to be mayor in my town.
You were the mayor?
Yeah, but I wasn't no LaGuardia.
You mean,
After working around the farm for 30 years...
Yes?
I didn't smell like no little flower. Hold on now.
It's too bad Mr. Moody isn't sheriff. He could pinch himself and see if he's awake. Well, let's see what happens at this next house.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about Mayor LaGuardia retiring from City Hall?
I'm writing about Mayor LaGuardia's farewell poem.
A farewell poem. How does your ode to the mayor go?
I'm reciting it.
Fine.
The time is coming, Fiorello, to saying goodbye to you. For 12 long years in office, progress was your goal. But there is yet a housing shortage, and the subway's still in the hole. On your radio program Sunday, you were in a fighting mood, cracking down on gamblers and bookies, shouting patience, report of you. You explained to us the OPA, told us bargains to get by Macy's, gave recipes for pasta fazool. You also read Dick Tracy. The City Hall you are leaving. To you our hats we doff. Goodbye, dear Mayor LaGuardia. Good luck and mazel tov.
And as the sun slowly sinks behind our beloved mayor, we say adieu to City Hall and turn to the 5 DeMarco sisters. The girls, accompanied by Maestro Al Goodman and the Staff Sanitation Department Symphony, sing Let It Snow.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful, and since there's no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Without the don't signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping, sound like a good way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I hate going out in the storm, but if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. My wrist slowly dying, and the dear will still goodbye. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I hate going out in the sun. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Oh, the fire is dying, and my dear will still goodbye. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. I don't care, let it snow, let it snow.
Maestro Al Goodman and his Fanny Farmer Fusiliers have just played a few sweet bars of symphony. And now, say, Portland.
Yes?
Have you an aspirin?
An aspirin?
Something's wrong with my stomach.
If you button your coat, nobody will notice it.
Now, wait. Never mind that Eddie Cantor comedy. I am in agony.
What's wrong?
Well, tomorrow night, I am going on information, please, with Gregory Ratoff. You know, the big director at 20th Century Fox? And yesterday, Mr. Ratoff gave me 2 passes for the Roxy Theater to see the new 20th Century Fox picture, Leave It to Heaven. It was wonderful. Technicolor and everything.
How did you get sick?
Well, after I left the Roxy, Mr. Ratoff invited me to meet him for a Russian dinner at a little restaurant in the village called the Shashlik Shanty. Well, I went down to the Shashlik Shanty. As I walked in the door, the Gypsy Orchestra was just finishing a number. They had a noisy clientele at the shanty. Well, as I looked around, I heard a voice saying,
"Waiter, I want this dinner should be colossal, terrific, sensational."
"Anything else, sir?"
"Yes. Also, the food should be sweet to eat."
Gregory Ratoff. Say, you look excited, Gregory.
I am just ordering the dinner.
And how I'm looking forward to it, Gregory.
Fred, have you ever eaten a Russian meal?
Plenty of food, huh?
A Russian banquet is like a 6-day bicycle race, only with Thomas.
Oh, no. Well, what happened?
Well, before the dinner starts, we drink a toast to the chef.
Fine.
Then we are drinking a toast to each individual guest.
I see.
Next, a toast to all of the friends of the guests who are not there at the banquet.
That's a nice gesture.
Then we drink a toast to the friends of the friends who are not there.
Say, this sounds like a testimonial dinner to W.C. Field. How many more toasts are there?
Well, we drink a toast to all of the toasts we have done. And then the banquet begins.
You start with the food, eh?
Yeah. First, you are getting the zakucha. In English, it is hors d'oeuvre.
Caviar?
Caviar is for the waiter.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the guests are having pickled mushrooms, pickled milk, pickled cabbage, pickled herring, pickled pancakes, pickled eggs, and pickled kumquat.
Pickled kumquats, eh? Well, after all those toasts, the guests must be pickled, too. Tell me, what comes next?
All kind of soup.
What kind?
Borscht.
Borscht?
You see, borscht is a thick soup with sour cream.
I see.
Well,
what is that smetana with sour cream?
That is sour cream with, on the top, more sour cream.
Well, fine, sir. Tell me, do you have fish with a Russian dinner?
First, they are serving you 2 big cucumbers. This must be. It's a tradition.
You have to have 2 big cucumbers, eh? Why?
Well, for this, you are getting on the plate a live sturgeon.
A live sturgeon?
Yeah. You are beating the sturgeon to death with the 2 cucumbers.
This is some dinner.
Well, for the next course, the meat, you are standing up.
You're standing up? Well, what is the meat course?
Baked polar bear in the jacket.
Polar bear in the jacket, eh? And you say you have to stand?
Well, the bear is served reading up on his hind legs with kidney beans.
Well, don't tell me that each diner gets an individual polar bear.
Oh, no. It is 4 people to a bear.
Oh, 4 people to a bear.
Yeah, you start with the bare feet and you're reaching up as far as you can reach.
A short guest is out of luck, then.
Well, it's better to be tall. You're reaching farther up on the bear.
Well, what comes with the bear, Gregory?
Oh, all kinds of side dishes, wheel omelets, boiled potatoes with raspberry jam, raw eggplant, walrus on casserole, penguin gratin, pot roast stuffed with meatballs, and back with cake, with plenty of corn syrup.
This ends the meal?
Oh, no. After this, you're heading to dessert.
Oh, dessert? Well, what is dessert?
A lot of pumpernickel floating lazily in a heaping bowl of honey.
Yum, yum.
Well, on the top of the pumpernickel is a big gob of whipped cream.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, this you are washing down with a piping hot glass of tea.
Say, a Russian dinner must be wonderful, Gregory. What are we having here at the Shashlik Shanty tonight?
Ham and eggs.
Ham and eggs?
Yeah, that Russian food ruins my stomach. I'm always taking Alka-Seltzer.
Really? How do people in Russia know about Alka-Seltzer?
Lend-Lease.
Oh, Lend-Lease. Well, you and I are going to be on Information Police tomorrow night. Greg, I wonder what questions they'll ask us.
Who knows? I hope it is something about Russia and the Big Three.
Well, Russia is certainly progressing. They're copying American mass production methods, automobiles, iceboxes.
Russia is behind the times in only one thing, the radio.
You mean they have no radio programs over there like ours?
When I go to Russia, I would like to take some American programs with me.
Say, that's a great idea. American radio should be a novelty in Russia.
Say, how about the Smiling Irishman? Do you think the Smiling Irishman would suffer in the translation?
Suffer in the translation? Well, in Russia, you might have to call him the snickering Siberian, the chuckling Caucasian, or the jolly Georgian. But here's a commercial, Gregory. Let's see how the Smiling Irishman would sound in Moscow.
Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья и товарищи, мамочка моя дорогая. Это ваш старый друг и приятель. Если вам нужны деньги, привозите вас в Шевроле. Всегда помните, что у вас есть всегда Южкар. И от меня всегда получите топ-прайсов. Не забывайте, что я переехал в новое место, куда вы можете приехать на вашем автомобиле 271 Литвинов Бульвар in the back. Не забывайте вашего старого друга, Дальнаций Литвак, Толя Литвак.
Tell me, what other type program do you think they might like in Russia?
News commentators. You know, the Russians are crazy about the gossip.
Well, for gossip, there's only one guy. Now, here's how he might sound in Russia. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Soviet Russia and all the autonomous republics. This is your Moscow correspondent, Voldovich Winchelkovich. Let's go to press. Moscow, Russia. What assistant district manager of what sector combine is making a fool of himself over that little blonde steel puddler from Kharkov? They were seen necking near the Dnieper hydroelectric dam Friday night. More power to them. It's a blasted event for the Sergei Menshevik. He is the former Miss Collective Farms for 1937. He is the crossword puzzle editor and financial advisor of Pravda. And Orchid's plant superintendent S. Stanovsky. He is responsible for this month's sensational 30% rise in the production of balalaika picks. This is the same Stanovsky who only last year won the Shostakovich Award for his outstanding work on trombone valves. And now to answer the mail as the time allows. Nikolai Petrovich, 327 Potemkin Plaza, Smolensk. So are you, comrade. Well, that's all for tonight, Tavarsky. This is Mrs. Winchelkovich's boy, Voldovich, saying, be proud you are a Russian. Because when you are a Russian, you are a Russian. Well, that should keep Moscow up to date, Gregory.
You know, I wonder if that was the same little steel paddler from Kharkov who went to the Dnieper Dam with me in 1912. Oh, no, it couldn't be. He should be 85 years old now.
Oh, man. Well, Gregory, can you think of any other American programs the Russian folks would go for?
Yes, Fred. Serial.
Serial? You really think they like serial programs over there?
With all that suffering and tragedy, they will go crazy for the serial, Fred.
Really?
A true Russian is never so happy as when he's unhappy.
Well, all right, Gregory. Now, here is how a Russian serial might sound. And now we present Just Plain Misha.
When we left Just Plain Misha yesterday, he was in a sorry plight. He had 24 hours to decide whether he should marry Masha Kosovkin, the poor little gypsy girl who saved his life when his threshing machine bundled him into a bale of hay. Or marry wealthy Sonia Grumson, daughter of Commissar Grumson. Life with Masha will be poverty, black bread and skimmed milk. Life with Sonia will be luxury, seltzer water, anchovies, and rich food. It is hard to choose. Today we find Just Plain Misha at the door of Master Kosovkin's hut. Misha knocks. Masha opens the door.
Misha!
Masha!
Come in, Misha.
Спасибо, Masha.
The family is all here waiting, Misha.
Waiting for what, Masha?
The inevitable. In Russia, what else is there to wait for?
Yeah, only the inevitable.
Ничего, Misha.
Ничего, Masha. Who is mourning, Masha?
Grandpa Boris, the old one. His leg is in the fire.
Why doesn't he move?
Why doesn't he move? Why should he move? He lives here. True, Misha.
True, Masha. Grandpa Boris is mourning again.
His other leg is in the fire.
He is cremating himself.
At least he is warm. Leave him.
You have plenty of trouble, Masha.
Trouble, Misha. There is no food. The mice are eating each other.
A man just looked out of the oven.
It is Uncle Igor. We are having him for dinner. Everything is trouble, Misha.
I have more trouble for you, Masha.
More trouble, Misha?
Yes, Masha. Our wedding is off. I am going to marry Sonia.
Well, life is a pill. You swallow it. Drink a glass of tea, Misha.
I am drinking, Masha.
Now you are having trouble, Misha.
Trouble, master?
The tea is poison, Misha.
A black year on you, master.
You are angry, Misha.
Serving me poison tea I could overlook.
Da, Misha.
But this is Rosa. When you serve tea without lemon, you should drop dead.
I will.
Oh. It is. Goodbye, Bublitsky, and I'll miss you, master.
Well, those cereals would be great at Russia, Gregory. People would be killing themselves off. You'd have a new family on the air every other day. Well, I guess that takes care of most of your problems, Greg, old boy.
Just one more thing, Fred.
Another program?
Jingles. I would like to introduce some of these singing jingles to Russia.
All right. When jingles hit the Moscow network, you'll hear something like this. Vodka Cola is a new drink that is good for the proletariat. For only a ruble you get a lot. Vodka Cola hits the spot. Ruble, 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 ruble.
Fred Allen will be back again next week. And now we take you to the Cafe Zanzibar for the music of Duke Ellington.
Also, you heard Joyous Carol singing that one. That was Riff Staccato. Now, Duke Ellington's vocalist Albert Hibbert to the microphone with Johnny Hodges in the alto saxophone background. Every hour on the hour. Another dream comes true. Every second that you hear me, the thrill is still the same. For the first time I see before I knew your name. We don't have to be together for me to feel your touch. Just the thought of you can make me want you so much. Every second, every minute, you're in my heart and there. Every hour of the hour, I fall in love vocalist was Albert Hibbert. Now, this next one is not a novelty tune. This title certainly is. Here comes Harlem Air Shaft.